Heaven. There. Okay. Let's see here. I don't like how when I talk, I think I should bump the output gain ever so slightly. Put to like 9. What about that? Want just barely touching the red sometimes. Okay, we'll try this. Anyway, so where we left off, we had just finished. Yeah, also we'll see if that little tweak that I had comp look into worked. We finished chapter 2. We have to do new game every time, apparently, for every new case. So, where we've left off, we saved this guy, but dark, mysterious goth girl, basically said something along the lines of, like, she's something of the sixth circle. Like, she keeps on referring to people as humans, so I don't think she's human. And then she, like, visited the holding cell of the principal, who was the headmaster, who was like the murderer in the last trial, and like put everybody to sleep, and then fucking murdered the headmaster. And the headmaster had like a purple sigil on his desk or something, and Steelwind was looking into that. Apparently, a bunch of people who have committed murders have some sort of purple sigil on their like belongings or person or whatever. It seems to be linked to mysterious dark-haired girl who is kind of creepy. So we're gonna continue into Keys 3. I'm sorry, Tyrion. It's Tyrion Cuthbert. I think this is like his mom. I think. There's so many things that I wanted to tell you, so many things that I wanted to show you. I'm afraid that I can't do that now. I need you to be strong now. This world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. So from what we gathered, fucking Tyrion's mom was put on trial for something, and Ruby was the one trying to defend her, and they lost the trial. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light is within you. Use my eyes, peer beyond the divine gate as I once did. Use it to reclaim the future. The origins of Horus. Okay. Preposterous. Completely and utterly preposterous. Who the fuck? Something wrong, Lord Von Sanctus? You filthy rat, you cheated, didn't you? That's right, you're just a cheat and a charlatan. Uh-huh. Do you have any evidence to prove that ridiculous claim? I mastered chess before you could crawl out of whatever rat hole you came from. Do you honestly expect anyone to believe that you could defeat me? Honestly, I'm just as disappointed as you are. I was expecting more of a challenge from House Von Sanctus. But, I suppose, all the gold in the world can't buy you a modicum of skill. You little upstart. Von Sanctus's acquaintance clears his throat and gestures subtly to the crowd of spectators. Everyone's attention is on him, and you can see the crowd muttering amongst themselves. Did this one, so I've got to avoid spoilers. Okay, understandable. See you later, kitty. Thank you for the good luck. I'm getting a call for now. That number looks familiar. Hang on. Of course. Anyway, his undignified behavior probably isn't doing any favors for his public image. Realizing himself, he tries to regain his composure. It's preposterous. He walks away, muttering the word preposterous under his breath a few more times. Sounds like he's trying to reassure himself more than anyone else. So that was something. Yeah, I knew that he'd get angry, but I didn't expect him to make a scene like that. Well, you did insult him. Not to say he didn't deserve it. Come on, I love seeing those conceited nobles lose their minds when I beat them. It's half the fun of playing these tournaments. Oh, where's this confidence when we're in the courthouse? Court cases are different. To deal with real-world elements during a trial, and that includes Prosecutor Steelwind. Prosecutor Steelwind, huh? I wonder if she plays chess. Now there's a thought. I wonder if she'd be willing to play against you sometime. Can't be any worse than these pampered nobles. Anyways, we should celebrate somewhere in town. Even if he was a pushover, just be one of the top-ranked chess players in the kingdom. To be honest, you had reservations about returning to the city of Aranox. If you weren't facing one of the 4 pillars, you would have never come back here. You'd rather leave this city as soon as possible. Saw a cafe while we were walking around. Food smelled great. I'd really like to go there. And I think we're once again having closed eyes while reading. I want to check. You could always go to one of those cafes in the capital. There are plenty of places to choose from. Actually, no, it's just squinting, which is fine. Trust me, I've traveled around the world. There's nothing better than food from a thriving port city. It's a little close to closing eyes. It's interesting because if I'm looking at the text, okay, there. This just means, though, that it's not really going to notice me blinking at all because my eyes are like half closed at that point. Something better than food from a thriving port city. Alright, I suppose there's no harm in staying a little longer. It does have a point. City streets seem livelier than when you last saw them. See a lot of businesses that weren't here before, and they all seem to be very well off. Despite being a port city, Aranox used to look like a ghost town. Has the local nobility been investing in the city? I find that possibility very hard to believe. You arrive at the cafe that Celeste told you about. To enter, you're struck by a powerful aroma of freshly baked pastries and coffee. The scent of baked goods swirls around you, and you take a moment to inhale the enticing smells, even. You have to admit that it's making you very hungry. Seek to enter the domain of the Deathbringer songstress. Oh god. Well, if glory is what you speak, then look no further. She's like an astrologian or something. Where you stand before Masarika, tutor, Dark Lord of Aranax. As you head further into the cafe, you're approached by a familiar face. She's a merchant. Hey, dude. Shuni merchant. Rika, is that you? Ha! It appears that my reputation precedes me. How good of you do. Wait, you're Tyrion? You're back. Hi, you. Why didn't you tell anyone that you were back in town? Do you have any idea how worried we've all been? Do you two know each other? Right? Celeste, this is Masarika Tutor. I was friends with her when I lived here many years ago. Wait, you used to live here? Yeah, Aranax is actually the town I grew up in. But you were in such a hurry to leave before. Aw. Came here to eat, right? If you're still hungry, I can bring you some of our best dishes on the house. No, I couldn't possibly. Come on, don't be like that. It's been years since I've seen you. And you know how good my food is. Okay, but only for a little while. Rika sets the table for the three of you and calls over a waiter. Go place your orders. Now tell me everything. I want to know all about what you've been doing since you left. So are you going to introduce us? Right. This is Celeste. She's my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Celeste, this is... Ha! As if I need such introductions. I am Masarika Tutor, Dark Lord of Aranax, High Archmagi. How do you say that? Is it Magi? Archmagi? Of the Cadmium Flames. Yes, okay. The Cadmium Flames, and the proud proprietor of this cafe. Oh, okay. I was friends with her when I used to live here. She's a little eccentric, but she's a good person at heart. Hey! It's also a common folk mage like you. Ah, so you come from the same humble beginnings that I do. Which spells have you mastered? I haven't really mastered any of them. I know about 7 spells though. Holy shit. 7? It's almost 4 times the amount that I know. But she only knows 2. Yeah, this is another thing that was mentioned. I don't know if you were still around for, but apparently Celeste learns spells super fast, and it's very uncommon for people that are studying magic to learn more than like 5 spells. She's learned even more spells. She's been picking them up rather quickly. Been surprised. I've been usurped, not surprised. Look at you, Mr. Big Shot. You're wearing a suit now, and you even have a bodyguard. Do you get an office job in the big city? Something like that. I'm actually a defense attorney. Defense attorney? I see. Is that why you left town with that scary lady? Scary lady? You talking about Ruby? Ms. Tamora adopted me when my mother passed several years ago. After that, began training me to become an attorney like her. Wait, you've been studying to be an attorney since you were a kid? Well, I guess that explains why you're so young for a lawyer. Said the 19-year-old mercenary. Yeah, I guess you got me there. You the owner of this cafe, Rico? You always spoke about opening one when we were kids. Yep, and it's all thanks to Dracogen Trading Company. The company's owner invested in my business idea after trying my food. Because of him, I was able to open up here, just like I've always dreamed. Dracogen Trading Company. I don't think I've heard of them. pretty small right now, and they're only operating in Aeronox. But I hear that they're planning to expand their operations through Rivengard. I would have thought that Lord von Sanctus would have weeded out any competition. After all, he owns one of the largest businesses in the kingdom. Lord von Sanctus? Isn't he that pompous noble that I just beat in a chess tournament this morning? Wait, that was you? Even though he was a businessman, von Sanctus Industries invented those arcane constructs that we saw at the Imperial Academy. How do you not know about these things? You practically fight against nobles for a living. Maybe you should start reading more about national politics. Is it just me, or does the city look less depressing than before? Oh right, you left the city before the new merchants appeared. New merchants? Like, from a merchant's guild? Yeah, the Dracogen trading company was one of the first ones. Started operating here and bought the Arcane refinery a few years ago. After that, merchants from all over Wyverngard started coming here. Well, being based in a port city would definitely give them an edge. And their presence has really helped the city's economy. They aren't owned by the nobility, and they pay their employees a lot more than von Sanctus does. That's crazy. It's really improved the quality of life for the people here. Doubt von Sanctus appreciates the competition, though. There's even talk about forming employee-run unions. Man, the politics of this game are really, ambiguous. For sure. Definitely, you know. Von Sanctus definitely won't appreciate that. So, you still play chess? Yeah, I'm nationally ranked, too. Heard that an upstart commoner defeated Lord von Sanctus at a tournament this morning. But I had no idea they were talking about you. Upstart commoner? The name suits you, Tyrion. Do you still do that thing when you play? No. What thing? Nothing. She's not talking about anything. Wait, you're actually embarrassed about it? When we were kids, you did even more than I did. What he used to do? Is she just talking about how he talks to himself? Maybe. Why don't you show her, Tyrion? I'd rather not. Come on, show us, Tyrion. The thing. I think I'm a little too old for this. You're never too old to tap into your inner Chuny. Do it, Tyrion. Yeah, do it. Two of them begin chanting, trying to pressure you. It draws the attention of the other patrons in the cafe. They don't seem to care about the confused looks that they're getting. Seems that you don't have a choice. In a deep breath. Oh, here we go. Those who stand in the shadows. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me do something. I'm too lazy to find all the toggles for it, so I'm just gonna do this. Come on. Those who stand in the shadows, those who fear the light of divinity. Your Imperials will fall and your armies will perish. Kneel and cower before the divine gaze of the Eye of Horus. That's it. Damn. They're trying their hardest to contain their laughter. Well, that's why I don't do it anymore. No, that was great. It was really cool, Tyrion. Poorly contained laughs are coming out between each word. And why are you laughing? You were just doing it a moment ago. Yeah, but she owns it. Yo, bars. Used to say something else before, too. I won't let anyone stand in my way, even if they're a man, king, or a god. Yeah, that's it. He still says that sometimes. Oh, looks like our order's here. Bitter brings in lunch special for each of you. The enticing aroma of meals makes you salivate a little. And I wish they wouldn't be talking about food. I didn't eat before this. You gladly devour the meal. Cooking is just as delicious as you remembered. Spend some more time catching up with her while you finish your meal. As your conversation continues, you and Celeste regale her with stories of your past court cases. No, really? Yep, it turned out that it was the headmaster the entire time. Wow, I would have never figured that out. How'd you know, Tyrion? Maybe he saw it with his eye of Horus. You nearly choke on your drink before you realize what she's actually referring to. Yeah, 'cause she doesn't actually know, I don't think. But wow, can't believe it. I never thought court cases could be that dramatic. You finish your meal as you continue to tell Rika more about your cases. Nice being able to talk to her again. Tried so hard to leave everything behind after what happened. You're happy that she seems to be doing well. Well, been nice catching up with you, Rika, but I think it's time for us to get going. We just got here. Aw. It's okay. I'm sure you're pretty busy nowadays. I won't keep you any longer. Be sure to write, okay? Don't just go and disappear like last time. Yeah, I'll stay in touch. You'd better. You exit the cafe and make your way to the local merchants guild to rent a carriage. City Street seems a bit more crowded than usual. A little difficult to make your way through them. Hey, Tyrion. Yeah? Celeste is fidgeting with her hands. She looks like she wants to say something, but every time she starts to speak, she quickly stops herself. This happens a few more times before she seems to give up. Never mind. It's nothing. Okay. Both continue to walk silently as you make your way to the Merchants Guild. As you make your way there, the streets become more and more crowded. Hope the traffic won't interfere with the ride home. Hi, could we rent a carriage for the travel to Ratholm? Ratholm? Sorry, but travel outside the city is temporarily closed. Yeah, someone just got fucking murdered. What? Why? You heard? Knights of the Kingsguard have locked down the city. Set up a blockade and everything. At the city gates if you don't believe me. As you arrive at the city gates, you see the blockade that the merchant was talking about. A crowd of disgruntled townsfolk are angrily shouting at the knights stationed there. This is outrageous. How long do you plan on keeping us here? Sorry, but we have our orders. Can't let anyone outside of the city until our investigation is complete. An investigation? Did something happen? Can you at least tell us what's going on? Why is the entire city being blockaded? Sorry, sir. We're not allowed to release that information. Just have to make other arrangements while we sort this out. Actually, I haven't seen you two around before. I'll need to take down your names and occupations for our records. What? Why? Fine, Celeste. We're better off just cooperating with them. An invasion of privacy? You'd rather not resist orders from the Kingsguard. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm a defense attorney. Fine. I'm Celeste McCoy, bodyguard. Thanks. Look over the other Kingsguard. You seem to be taking notes of the other people here too. Must be making a list of everyone inside the city. For what reason? Preventing anyone from leaving or entering. They've taken careful note of everyone that is currently contained. Okay. I have an important engagement tomorrow. What am I supposed to do now? This can't possibly be legal. Townsfolk continue shouting at the knights. It's clear they won't be budging anytime soon. What do we do now? Notice it's starting to get late. We don't know how long the city will be blockaded. We should find a place to stay overnight, just in case. You walk into a nearby tavern and see it absolutely crowded with patrons. Like everyone else had the same idea. Wow, this is literally the same background as the fucking chapter 1. That's cool, I guess. But well, looks like everyone else had the same idea. Hey, Welcome to Agwin Tavern. What can I do for you? We get 2 rooms for the night. Sorry, I can't even spare 1 room. Completely full with the blockade and all. Wait, let me take care of this. Les takes out a large pouch of gold and plops it in the innkeep's hand, or innkeep's desk. Well, would you look at that? One of our rooms just opened up. Only one? Hey, the entire city's locked down. Even with your gold, that's the best I can do for you. What, embarrassed to share a room with me, Tyrion? No, it's just... realize that she's just teasing you like she usually does. That's not to give it any mind. What's better than nothing? So, how should we... Oh, I was just kidding before. You can have the bed. I'll just sleep on the floor. I can't let you. Please, we may both be commoners, but you live a cushy life in the city. I'm a mercenary. I've lived on the road for years. I sleep like this all the time. Just got you there. Alright, but tell me if you change your mind. Yeah. Hey, I didn't see you there. It's just walk past him. What? Hey, watch it. Quit shoving me. Wait, whoa. Holy crap, pull me up. Can't hold on for much longer. Idiot. What are you doing? What? Grab his arm and pull him up. My hand. What the hell are you doing? Your grip is too tight. Stop that. Wait, I can still... No. What happened? Should have been able to... By the scaled lord. Fell in. No. Use this. I can use this. That's right. I can still make this look like it was all his fault. Interesting. You find yourself falling into a nightmare. Oh boy. Tyrion, so sorry. I believe they made you watch. You okay? Right. Of course not. Are you going to keep fighting? Keep fighting them. Grace is quiet. Your question barely comes out as a whisper. But I'm going to keep fighting nobility. I don't know if I can anymore. Today they showed me what they're truly capable of. I was naive. I thought that the truth would prevail, but I'm only one person. I can't do this alone anymore. They're just going to give up. You're the only one who will fight against them. They're just going to give up. Then is my mother's death truly pointless? Sorry. Teach me how to be like you. What? You said that you can't do this alone anymore, right? So teach me how to be a defense attorney. I can help you. We can fight them together. Tyrion, you're just a child. You can't just Ms. Tamora, please. I don't have anything left. Please just take me away from here. Clutch your hand tightly, feeling the fading warmth of the final message that your mother left for you. It's the last comforting memory you'll have of her. A memory that you'll never experience again. Mom. You hear a fire. You're startled awake. After some confusion, you realize that it was all a dream. You didn't have any trouble falling asleep. Your slumber was less than restful. It's been a while since you've remembered that day. That's all the more reason to leave this city as soon as possible. Celeste, are you up? Huh? Celeste was wistfully staring out the window, watching the rain. Oh, it's rain. Her head whips towards you when she realizes that you're awake. You okay? What's wrong? Nothing. It's nothing. He wasn't awake, was he? She was doing something. Or saying something. She doesn't seem keen on sharing. It'd be best not to pry. Anyways, you know if the city is still under lockdown. I haven't checked yet. He's waiting for you to wake up. Go outside and check the city gates. The blockade still hasn't disappeared. In fact, it looks like it's been fortified with even more knights. Like we can't leave yet. They've even doubled down on the guards. What's going on here? Tyrion, you spot Rika in the distance as she calls out to you. As soon as she sees you, she breaks out into a full sprint towards you. She looks exhausted. Has she been looking for you in the rain? Tyrion, it's terrible. There was an accident at the Arcane refinery last night. One of my friends who worked there fell into a vat of chemicals. He's dead. Oh, Rika, I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do? Lord Von Sanctus is blaming the Dracogen Trading Company. He's trying to charge the owner with criminal negligence. As the lord of this region, Von Sanctus would have a lot of leverage in a legal battle like this. He must be using this accident as an opportunity to oust Dracogen from its territory. Tyrion, you're a lawyer, aren't you? You help them? I don't think I can. What? But, Rika, I specialize in homicide cases. Most of my clients are mages who've been charged with murder. I've never even tried a case like this before. There isn't any magic involved, and there's no killer. Don't worry. I'm sure that the Dracogen Trading Company knows plenty of qualified attorneys who can help. Not sure about that. Think about it. A lord from one of the 4 pillar families is pressing those charges. Do you honestly think anyone else will try to fight them on this? There's a point. There aren't many attorneys who will go against the nobility under any circumstances. The only ones who will do that are you and Miss Tamora. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Really? Please don't get your hopes up. I have very little information to work with right now. And to be perfectly honest, I'm really out of my element. That's okay. I'm sure that Mr. Dracogen will take any help that he can get. Mr. Dracogen? He's the owner of the Dracogen Team Trading Company. He should be at the old Arcane refinery right now. Must be the scene of the accident, too. It would probably be best to start your investigation there. Been away from the shop for too long, so I can't come with you. But drop by the cafe if there's anything I can do to help. Well, you follow Rika's directions and move through the city's industrial district. Reminds you of your childhood, back when you couldn't control the Eye of Horus. You always avoided this part of the city. It was always covered with an overwhelming fog of misery and fatigue. Okay, so this isn't like an object that we have. This is actually just something. This is just a power. Okay, which I guess fair. I don't know. I'm just used to Ace Attorney at this point. And it's also being referred to as the Eye of Horus. So I was just kind of thinking like, this is a thing we have, but I guess not. You always avoided this part of the city. It was always covered with an overwhelming fog of misery and fatigue. However, you feel less of that now. Because you have more control over your powers. Or has something else changed? You're here. You arrive at the refinery and see that there aren't many people around. The few people you do see appear to be from the City Watch. Operations must have been halted after the accident. It seemed... I think they were alluding to in the last chapter that it's not hereditary, but rather a power that someone like bestowed upon him. Because that's why they were going into all of the... That's why they were even at the school library, was trying to look into things like that. And the comparison that they had was during the war, the Dragon Lord bestowed magical powers upon the front line. Which is... Because they even said, yeah, that was it. They even said it's like, this was not a hereditary thing. This was like someone gave the power to these people. And it's the only case that's somewhat similar to his. So this is an Arcane refinery. I always saw this place as a child, but I never really understood what they do here. Those machines refine the arcane crystals that are used in artificery. Those crystals are used as a power source for conducting magical energy. Look around and spot an especially frustrated individual. Seems to stand out from the knights and cleaning staff. Could he be the guildmaster Rico spoke of? Takes notice of you as you head further into the refinery. Hello there, you must be the attorney that Ms. Tudor spoke about. I am. I take it that you're the guildmaster of the Dracogen Training Company? Yes, the name is Stephanic Dracogen. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Really appreciate you lending your aid in this matter. I already told Rico this, but I've never tried a civil case before. I would need to learn more about what happened before I can decide whether or not I can represent you. Honestly, not sure how much I can help, how much help I can be. Well, there isn't a single attorney in RNX that will represent me, so I'll accept whatever help I can get. Bless was right. All of the attorneys are too afraid to stand against Lord Von Sanctus. Where should we start, though? This case is probably different from the homicides that we're used to. Homicide or not, the case revolves around a wrongful death. If I did represent Dracogen, I'd need to prove that he wasn't at fault for the accident. To do that, I should probably start by finding out exactly how and why the accident occurred. We should also question the witnesses who saw the victim when it happened. And it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the scene of the accident either. The Guildmaster would have a lot of knowledge about the refinery's operations. Questioning him might also give you some insight into what happened. To start, could you tell us exactly what happened? Well, it all began during the work rush yesterday evening. One of my employees fell from the walkway and into a vat of magical chemicals. Those chemicals contain extremely volatile and destructive evocation magic. Because of that, he unfortunately died before we could have pulled him out. See, it all just sounds like an unfortunate accident. Why is Lord Von Sanctus blaming you for what happened? There are guardrails on the walkways to prevent people from falling. Supposedly, those guardrails broke apart when that employee tried to lean against it. According to Von Sanctus, the accident was a direct result of my negligence to maintain the refinery. But my employees have taken great care to inspect and maintain the facilities. I have no idea how this happened. Telling the truth, this could all just be lip service. The only way to know for sure is to inspect the walkway yourself. Earlier, you said that the victim was an employee of yours. Could you tell us more about them? Yes, I hired him just a few months ago. It's a shame what happened to him. He was a young man named Justin Way. Was he a good employee? He was a hard worker. But he was a bit rough around the edges when he first started. Before working for me, I heard that he'd always spend his time with the local delinquents. Ms. Tudor practically begged me to hire him. She told me that she wanted to turn his life around. That does sound like something Rika would do. She always had a habit of getting involved in her friend's personal business. Interesting. Okay. Begged him to hire. She wanted Justin to turn his life around. He used to spend a lot of time with local delinquents. But he has turned his life around since then. When you live a life like Justin's, it helps when you have something to give you some structure and direction. So I decided to give the boy a chance by hiring him. He is clearly a hard worker. He did well to earn his keep. He always followed the rules too, so I have no idea why he was up in that walkway. He wasn't supposed to be on that walkway? Earlier you mentioned that Justin wasn't supposed to be on that walkway. What do you mean by that? Well, Justin worked in an entirely different department. He was part of a team that managed packaging and freight. He had no business being inside the refinery building, much less the upper walkway. Strange, to say the least. Was he the type of person to wander around places that he's not supposed to? No. Like I said before, he always followed my rules. It all just makes this whole situation that much more confusing. Oh, okay. He always known to follow all of the rules and regulations. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Is there anyone around when the accident occurred? Did anyone see Justin fall? There were many employees here at the time. There were only a handful of witnesses who actually saw Justin fall from the walkway. Who were these witnesses? If I remember correctly, Ms. Tudor was the one who saw him fall. Oh, interesting. Wait, Rika was there when it happened? Yes, she witnessed the accident alongside the harbor master, Morrison. Oh, you're acquainted with him? I am. Morrison was close friends with your mother when you were a child. But after you left Aranox, you went out of your way to cut contact with everyone from your past. But what were all these people doing here in the first place? Rika is a cafe owner and Morrison is a harbor master. A little concerned about that myself. Still unsure about Ms. Tudor, but the harbor master was accompanied by a nobleman of some sort. A nobleman? Not privy to the details, but apparently that nobleman had the legal authority to go wherever he wanted to. We want to ask Morrison more about that, but it will be awkward to speak with him after all these years. Interesting. Vat filled with chemicals that I can't quite identify. According to Celeste, these chemicals are used to refine and create arcane crystals. Metal stairs lead up to the walkway above. You can get a better look at the walkway by moving there. Okay.
Repario Arcanum.
These are traces of transmutation magic on this power box. It is an artificery device, so that's not too out of the ordinary. Tyrion, do you need me to scan for magical traces? Oh, damn, that's crazy. There aren't any magical elements in this case, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to check. Alright. Looks like the guardrails completely broke apart. The rails are completely rusted, too. Was Dracogen lying about properly maintaining the site? The vat of dangerous magical chemicals. Supposedly, they're corrosive enough to dissolve anyone unfortunate to fall into it. Celeste is watching you carefully. She can be a little overprotective at times.
Repario Arcanum.
What? What's wrong? There are traces of transmutation all over the guardrails. Transmutation? Do you see those traces anywhere else on the walkway? No. Only this area. Transmutation is a school of magic that changes the properties of physical objects. Usually, you mages use transmutation spells to strengthen and repair objects. How did the transmutation spell affect the guardrail? Someone used a spell to change the physical properties of the guardrails. Judging by the current state of the rails, we can only conclude one thing. Found traces of magic on the... Okay. Is that not what I... Guardrails. Fine. Someone used a transmutation spell to weaken the guardrails. Afterwards, the guardrails were so weak that Justin accidentally broke them. Only these guardrails were weakened. Sabotaged rails are right next to this vat of corrosive chemicals, too. The intention of weakening the guardrails. The clear intention behind the actions of this unknown mage. Judging by what happened, the intention can only mean one thing. Only the guardrails in front of this vat were sabotaged. Did this must have had a clear intention when doing this. Make a specific series of events. Whoever sabotaged the guardrail wanted someone to fall into the vat. Why else would they only target those specific guardrails? But why? Who would do this? Feel your fist clenching tightly. Ooh. Nice chromatic aberration. Someone committed murder using magic here. Whoever did this had the gall to try to cover it up. Tyrion? You won't forgive whoever did this. When you're through with them, you'll make them feel a fraction of the misery that your mother... Tyrion. What? You okay? Right. Sorry. Anyways, if it weren't for your detect magic, everyone would have written this off as an accident. Magical traces are only detectable for 48 hours after the mage casts a spell. That means that whoever cast the transmutation spell did so recently. Right. On the guardrail. Only on the guardrail that he broke. There anywhere else. Must have sabotaged the guardrail within the last 48 hours. Intended for someone to break the rail and fall into the vat. Sure. Anyway.
Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation magic on the chemicals in these vats. That makes sense. Evocation is the school of magic for spells that create and disperse energy. These chemicals probably induce some sort of magical reaction to create arcane crystals. Okay. Let's just go back down below. We have some new stuff we can show him. Should notify Dracogen about the traces of transmutation that you found. Perhaps you should wait until you obtain more information first. Knowing about a potential saboteur might unnecessarily stress him out even more if you don't know more information. Alright, fine. Whatever. Sure. Move somewhere else then. Harbor. You arrive at the harbor in search of Morrison, the harbor master. However, you notice a large concentration of knights in this shipping area. Notably, the Arcane Inquisition is among them. You spot Commander White and Prosecutor Steelwind coordinating the knights there. What those two are doing here? Knights of the blockade said that they were investigating something. There must be magic involved if the Inquisition is here. Think this has anything to do with what happened to Justin? Doubt it. I didn't see any Inquisition knights at the refinery. Must just be a coincidence. Probably right. I'm kind of curious about what the Inquisition is investigating. It has nothing to do with our case. It'd be best to leave them to their business. Alright. Oh, you there. Best clear out. The knights have closed the harbor. Morrison. Huh? Do I know you? Wait, Cuthbert, is that you? Hi. I heard from little Masarika that you were back in town. What can I do for you? We heard that you were at the refinery yesterday. When we heard, you witnessed the accident. I wanted to ask you some questions about what you saw. Right. Masarika mentioned that you were an attorney now. What? Just hope you're still not hung up over that business with your mother. Sorry. I guess it's none of my business. Anyways, I'll tell you what I know. Dracogen told us that you witnessed the accident. The horrible thing that happened. No one deserved what happened to that poor lad. You tell us what you saw. Well, I was showing a patron around town, and for some reason he really wanted to take a look at that refinery. Something about checking out the local artificery. Huh? Must mean artificery. Anyways, he was looking at the machinery, then suddenly Masarika came running towards us. She was trying to tell us something, but the damn machines were too loud for us to hear her. After a while, she just pointed at the walkway. We saw the horrible sight. We saw someone fall into the vat. By the time we could get them to stop the machines, it was too late. That matches up with what we know so far. But what was Riken even doing there? She should have been running the cafe at the time of the accident. That patron who was visiting the factory, they also witnessed the accident? Could you tell us how Justin fell off the walkway? Because the guardrail broke under his weight. Yeah, he did. But it was a little strange. That guardrail was made out of metal, yeah? The way it broke, you would have thought that it was made out of cardboard. Barely leaned on it. It just broke apart. Even a poorly maintained guardrail shouldn't have broken that easily. Did someone really use transmutation magic to sabotage it? If so, that possibility could clear Dracogen's name. But presenting the possibility of a magical crime might just complicate things. You mentioned that you were escorting a patron when the accident happened. Who was he? Did he witness the accident too? Yeah, he was right there with me when Rika was trying to get our attention. It'd be hard to miss with the commotion she was making. As for who he was, said his name was Aster. Wait, that sounds familiar. Aster. You don't know anyone by that name. Does that name sound familiar? Do you know what his surname was? No. Lad was really secretive with his last name for some reason. Must have had a recognizable name. Is he a noble from a well-known house? Morrison's testimony has been added to your notes. Or are you escorting this Aster in the first place? Don't you have to manage the harbor? Well, I can't really manage anything because of them. Gestures towards the Inquisition Knights crowding the pier. They've blocked all sea travel out of the city till this mess is sorted out. A lot of knights investigating the harbor. Do you know what they're looking for? Oh, you didn't hear this from me. According to them, Aster's ship just up and vanished in the dead of night. Vanished? As in someone hijacked it? That's the thing. Guards would have noticed if someone had driven off with the ship, especially one of that size. From what I heard, one of the guards could have sworn that they saw it vanish in the flash of light. Flash of light? Something created by a spell. What kind of ship was it? Do you know how big it was? From the size of it, I'd say it was probably a galleon. Galleon? So that scale would have to be pretty powerful to affect a ship that size. I wonder who this Aster person was. Must be high profile if they're calling in the Kingsguard and the Inquisition for him. Over a missing ship. He spent some time with him. Am I correct, Morrison? Did he tell you where he was staying? If I remember right, he's staying at the local inn near the town square. That's the tavern we were staying at. He's this high profile, why is he staying in an inn for commoners? No idea. He's an eccentric one for sure. Wherever he is, he also witnessed the accident. We'll definitely want to speak with him. And if he's a noble, there's a chance that he's the mage that sabotaged the guardrail. You know, I also think the game needs more music in general, because to me, this seems like not exactly fitting music to the situation. It's also raining. I feel like those are both relevant reasons for this song to not be very fitting. You arrive at the cafe and see the restaurant is packed with customers. You don't see Rika anywhere though. She must be preoccupied. Perhaps you should check in when the restaurant is less busy. Morrison said that Aster is staying in one of the rooms at this tavern. Which room is it? You always just check each room. That might irritate the patrons though. And if Aster doesn't want to be found, we might alert him if we annoy too many people. I guess you're right. Your family owns a tavern, right? You had to put a VIP somewhere. Which room would you choose? This would probably be one at the end of the hallway. It's one I use at my family's tavern. According to Celeste's intuition, the innkeeper would have probably given Aster this room. Approach the door and firmly knock on it. Hello? Someone does come to answer the door, but they only open the door a fraction of the way. Cracking the door is less than an inch wide, you can't get a look at the person's face. Terribly sorry, but if your business isn't urgent, I'd like to be left alone. Sorry if I'm intruding, but are you Aster? My name is Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm the defense attorney for Stefanik Dracogen. From what I've heard, you witnessed the accident at the refinery yesterday. I'm wondering if I could ask you some questions about what you saw. On hearing your name, the man fully opens the door, finally able to get a good look at him. Definitely stands out from the other patrons of the inn. Must be a wealthy patron that you're looking for. Tyrion Cuthbert, the protege of the infamous Ruby Timora. So you know who I am. I do. Know you very well. I'm your biggest fan. What? Can't believe it. The infamous Tyrion Cuthbert is standing right in front of my tavern room. I've read all about your feats, Mr. Cuthbert. You successfully indicted the head of House Pierce. You didn't think twice about confronting a member of House Freyga. And you even defeated Lord Von Sanctus in the chess tournament yesterday. So lost right now. And you must be Celeste McCoy, Tyrion's first client. And the Crimson Demon of the Eastern Kingdoms. Crimson Demon? How did you find out about that name? The Crimson what? Don't ask. Anyways, if you are Aster, does that mean you witnessed the accident with the Harbor Master yesterday? Yes, I did. Are you going to interrogate me about what I saw? I'll answer whatever questions you have. Never met a witness that has been this eager to cooperate. But hopefully this means that he won't hide any details about what he saw.
Arcanum.
Of course, of interest. You clearly know who I am, but I'm still unsure of who you are, Aster. My apologies, but I would prefer to keep my full identity hidden for now. He's within his right to do so, but you can't help but to feel a little suspicious. In any case, what is your business in Aranax? I was accompanying a ship transporting goods to Lord Von Sanctus. Same ship that was magically stolen. Surprised you found out about that. Scared that we found out about that. The Kingsguard have been trying their best to keep that information hidden. But I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less from you, Mr. Cuthbert. Flattery will get him nowhere. What was on the ship? Must be pretty valuable to be worth stealing. I doubt that there was anything on that ship worth drawing the ire of the entire kingdom. Truth is, during the time that my ship was stolen, I was supposed to be on it. I see. The theft of the ship might actually have been an attempt to kidnap you. That's my current theory anyway. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. Seems awfully calm about this. According to Morrison, you were also in the refinery that night. Did you witness the moment the victim fell into the vat? Did. Could you tell us exactly what you saw? Every detail you can remember would be important. Well, it all began when I was visiting the refiner with the harbor master. I was inspecting the refinery's machines, when a girl frantically ran towards us. She was hysterical. It looked like she was trying to tell us something, but we couldn't hear her over the noise of the machines. When she realized that we couldn't hear her, she simply pointed at the walkway. That's when we saw Justin Wei fall off of it and into the vat. This next question is very important. Did you see the victim break the guardrail by leaning on it? Yes, he broke the guardrail before he fell. His testimony matches exactly what Morrison saw. Yeah. The way he fell was very strange, though. Strange? What can you mean by that? You mentioned the way that the victim fell was strange. Did you feel like the guardrail broke too easily? Why, yes. How did you know? It matches with the statement that the harbor master gave us. You want to reveal the traces of transmutation that you found on the walkway, at least not yet. Yes, the guardrail broke the moment that Justin leaned on it. His body was extremely limp when falling. Body was limp. Normally when falling from a great height, one would flail their arms, yes? When I saw him falling, he wasn't moving at all. But moving? See the expression on his face. May have been unconscious. Afraid I couldn't see anything on his face. Much too dark to make out his features. Wait, you didn't actually see his face? How did you know it was actually him that fell in? Well, who else could it have been? No one else has been reported missing. They also found the remnants of Justin's body in the vat. Oh god. It was definitely him that fell in. That's true. You don't have much reason to believe that Justin might still be alive. There were traces of transmutation magic at the crime scene, and it appears that Aster is quite a high-profile individual. He's probably a mage, and aside from Rika, he was probably the only other mage at the refinery that night. If you ask him outright, you might be able to see something incriminating through the eye of Horus. Aster, we'll respect your privacy if you don't want to tell us who you are, but could you at least answer one question for me? I make no promises, but I'll do my best to tell you what I can. Are you a mage? Oh, is that all? Yes, I am a mage, and I'm quite the practiced one at that. You see, Celeste cast detect magic to look at the scene of the accident, and we found traces of transmutation magic at the crime scene, namely on the guardrails that Justin fell through. What? Here it is. I can't believe it. Why is he happy about this? Are you telling me that a mage used transmutation magic to weaken the rails? It's a conspiracy. Does that mean this was actually a murder made to look like an accident? Like something out of the reports I read about him. Okay, so this guy's just actually excited to hear that there's a case. See anything incriminating, you can see his thoughts clearly. He is, yeah, he's a true crime nut, yeah. His feelings of happiness are a bit off-putting, though. You asked me if I was a mage. Does that mean that I'm a potential suspect? This is the greatest thing to ever happen to me. It's the first time you've met someone that's happy to be suspected of murder. Sorry, it's not right of me to get so excited about something this serious. He must think less of me now. But it's like something right out of a mystery novel. Not the reaction you were expecting. Nevertheless, it doesn't look like there are any incriminating thoughts in his mind. The emotions that he was emanating were all positive. There wasn't a drop of fear in there. What did this mean? Either way, looks like you found out everything you can from Aster. You should move somewhere else. I imagine if we go to the town square, it'll just be... her, yeah. Tyrion, you're back. You talked to Mr. Dracogen? Did. Not sure what to make of him just yet. But after what I've seen today, I don't think I can turn a blind eye to what's happening. There were traces of transmutation magic on the rails. Regardless of their motives, someone sabotaged those rails with the intent of harming an employee at the refinery. If this truly was a murder, we have to find out who did this and why. I'll represent him in court for criminal case. Thanks, it really means a lot to me. On that note, you were at the refinery when the accident occurred, am I correct? Yes, it was. May I ask you a few questions about what you saw that day? Of course, I'll do whatever I can to help. We're building a psychological profile? Oh boy. So she's hiding something. We'll find out what, but she's hiding something. By the way, you were at the refinery that day. Didn't you have to work at the cafe? I was making a food delivery to Justin. You were delivering food to the victim? Yeah, he never had time to make his own dinner. So I always delivered his dinner during his evening break. That night, I couldn't find him in the freight area, so I went looking for him in the refinery building. The accident happened while you were delivering his food. Apparently never had time to make food, so she... yeah. Didn't find him in the freight area, so she went look for him. Okay. Did you talk to Justin at all before the accident? I did, and I finally found him in the refinery building. He seemed busy. He told me to leave his food in the break room. Busy? But according to Dracogen, he should never have been in the refinery building in the first place. Did he say that he was busy with? What he was busy with? He said that he had a meeting scheduled with Mr. Dracogen. That can't be true, though. Dracogen didn't mention anything about this. Unless... You've gotten a few witness accounts already, but I just wanted to double check. What did you see during the accident? Sorry, I'm sure that it was a disturbing sight. Do you need to take a moment? No. Okay. It happened after Justin told me to leave his food in the break room. It was my first time inside the refinery, so I spent some time looking at all the machines. That's when I suddenly heard a strange sound from the walkway. When I looked to see what it was, I saw Justin fall from there. Tried to find someone to help him, but no one could hear me because of how loud the machines were. Before I finally got them to understand what happened, it was already too late. See the guardrail break when Justin fell off the walkway? More specifically, did it break from Justin's weight? I'm honestly not sure. Too busy trying to find help. Okay. You have matching witness accounts from Aster and Morrison. They saw the guardrail break. Having Rika also confirmed that would have been helpful. But you suppose Aster and Morrison's statements will have to suffice. Rika's accounts of what happened is a lot less detailed than Aster and Morrison's. She did see Justin before the accident. You still have no idea why Justin was on that walkway in the first place. According to Rika, he said that he had a meeting scheduled with Dracogen. This doesn't match with what Dracogen told you. Either Justin or Dracogen must be lying in that case. You've met Dracogen already. You still have no idea what kind of person Justin was. Perhaps Rika can tell you more. Could you tell us more about the victim? What kind of person was he? He was a good person. He fell in with a bad crowd a few years ago, but he was starting to turn his life around. Saw how much he was trying to change, so I asked Mr. Dracogen to give him a job. I really wanted to help him change his life for the better, but this job just ended up killing him. Can't blame yourself for this. No one could have known that this would happen. Guess you're right. Hard not to think about, though. Was he the type of person to go places that he wasn't supposed to be? No, not anymore. He really wanted to make a good impression on Mr. Dracogen. He always talked about following the rules. He even got mad at me a few times when I accidentally broke Dracogen's protocols. Right, that matches up with what Dracogen said. And maybe he was falling back into his old habits. Perhaps Rika can tell you more about what he was like before he turned his life around. Mentioned that Justin fell in with a bad crowd before. I've also heard that he used to hang out with a band of local delinquents. Could you tell us more about them? Oh, that didn't hit right. Alright. What? Rika, this information will help us with our investigation. I need to speak with the other people who knew him. Do you know where I could find his delinquent friends? Sorry, I really didn't know him that well. Should keep quiet. Might make him mad. Are you hiding something from me? Of course not. What would the Dark Lord of Aranox possibly have to hide from you? Yeah, she's definitely hiding something. I'll need to argue against her if you want the truth. Okay. So... we might have to talk to... hang on. I want to see if we can tell him about this testimony. Okay, he's got nothing. Very cool. Does he have, like, nothing to fucking say about any of this shit? Guess not. So I guess I gotta present things to her. Doing okay. Yeah, it's difficult to think about. You always hear about these things happening, but you never expect them to happen to people you know. But have no fear. It will take more than this to bring down the High Archmagi. Magi. We're back to our puny personality. Oh, that was it. Mosarika's tutor's psychological profile. She appears to be hiding something from you. She clearly knows about the bad crowd that Justin fell in with, but she's hiding who they are and where you can find them. You'll need to convince her to share that information with you. Time to argue with the Chuny. Rika, you know about Justin's friends, don't you? Just be honest with me. I'm not hiding anything. I really don't know that much about him. I wasn't that close to Justin Wayne. I may have delivered his food, but he was just a customer to me. Uh-huh. She will perform questionable acts to protect the people she cares about. She has your best interests at heart and will always act in a way that she thinks is beneficial for your well-being. She isn't very good at deception. You'll often revert to her dramatic, chuny personality when trying to hide the truth from you. Proof that she didn't know him very well. Well, against that. Might have believed that you delivered his food because he was a good customer. But that wasn't all you did for him. You saw that he was trying to turn his life around. You begged Dracogen to set him up with a job. You wouldn't do that for a customer that you barely knew. Well, that still proves nothing. I am Masarika Tutor, High Archmage of the Cadmium Flame. Is it so hard to believe that I took pity on a stranger? I helped him because I am a generous person. It would only be right for me to equip a commoner with the means to change his life. Are a generous person, and that type of generosity would make you privy to details of his life. Not a very good liar, you would have risked a lot by asking him to hire a stranger. I said earlier that he was a good person. How could you possibly know that if you didn't know him well? That he fell in with a bad crowd. How could you possibly know that if you didn't know him very well? Plenty of people who would have said that about him. You didn't exactly keep it a secret. I only knew about him because of the rumors that were floating around. This makes sense. You telling the truth? No. Has to be lying. You're not a good liar, Rico. You would have risked a lot by asking Dracogen to hire a stranger, especially a stranger with a dubious past like Justin. What if Justin fell back on his old ways? That would have surely brought about consequences on you and your business. You wouldn't take a risk like that unless you knew him well enough to trust him. Hey, fine, I guess we were friends. Like I said, he was trying to leave his old life behind. Always kept his past a secret from me. He didn't like talking about the person he was back then. He wanted to forget about it, and I never brought it up. It's sort of true, we knew each other for years before he told me about it. Doubt that, Rico. In fact, I'm sure you were friends for at least a few years. With a friendship that old, I'm sure he would have confided in you about his past. No, you need to stay focused. Rika, I don't know why you thought you had to lie about this, but I need to talk to Justin's former friends. Is that really necessary? Yes. I need to know why he was behaving so strangely before the accident. His friends might know something about him that you and Dracogen don't. Does that make any sense? Wasn't anything strange about the way he was acting. I think you're just overthinking this. You didn't want to overplay your hand before, but it looks like you don't have a choice now. Rika, Justin told me that he was heading to a scheduled meeting in Dracogen's office. According to Dracogen, Justin wasn't even supposed to be in the refinery building yesterday. Rika, Justin might have lied to you. No. He would never do that. You know why he was up there. So far, the statements that I've got from you and Dracogen don't explain that. You need to talk to the people who might know things about him that you don't. Okay. I'll tell you where you can find them. Just promise me that you'll be safe, okay? Sorry, I wasn't trying to lie to you. It's okay. I'm assuming you had your reasons. But I need to know where I can find Justin's old friends. Probably know already, but a few years ago, Justin got involved with a local street gang. They always hang around the beach area. One day, they discovered an abandoned house along the coastline, and they started spending most of their time there. Lone house in the coastline. It's that house, Tyrion. That's probably where you'll find Justin's old friends. That's why you're being so secretive. I'm sorry. I wonder if it's like his old house or something? Don't be. We're just trying to look out for me, alright? Me, right? Are you going to be okay? And go there with you if you'd like. No, it's okay. I'm sure you're busy with the cafe right now. It's not as if I'll be going alone. Alright, just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah. You arrive at the old abandoned house. On looking at the home that you left behind, you're struck with a flood of memories. Those memories were once happy, but now they only fill you with grief. Tyrion, are you okay? Yeah, let's look around. You wipe your eyes and begin looking around the house. Suddenly, you hear the sound of glass breaking. Rush to look for the source and see two young teenagers throwing rocks at the side of the house. Shattered remains of a window are lying on the ground. Nice shot, Gavin. One of the teens, apparently named Gavin, notices you approaching. What is this? Okay, it's something like draped over his legs. We've got company, Wyatt. You stare blankly at the broken glass lying on the ground. You're at a loss for words. Feel like you should respond, but nothing comes out of your mouth. Suddenly, find yourself quickly approaching the two teens. The hell do you want? The hell? Before you even realized what you were doing, you threw a punch straight into Gavin's face. Your eyes are slowly tearing up. You can only see red. You grab Gavin by the collar and pull his face close to yours. Hell away from my house. Tyrion. Oh, you want to go? Huh, if you came looking for trouble, you sure found it. Okay, let's all calm down and just stay out of this, you little shit. Excuse me? What, you got cotton in your ears or something? Yes, actually. Why don't you go and repeat what you just said? Said, stay out of this, you little shit. 5 minutes later. Uh-huh. What's she gonna do? Celeste. Yes. Sorry for losing my temper back there. Didn't mean to drag you into this. It's okay. Our emotions get the better of us sometimes. Celeste? Yes. You might have overdone it a bit. Nah. Nah. Celeste? Yes. I don't think he's breathing. Come on, give him a second. Suddenly, you hear the very bruised and broken form of Gavin sputtering and wheezing on the ground. Looks like he's finally regained consciousness. See? It's perfectly fine. You're fine. God damn. Wyatt is staring wide-eyed at Celeste. From the shaking of his legs, it looks like he wants to run away, but he's too frozen by fear to move. Don't bother running. Even with a head start, I can easily catch up to you. Anyways, these two are probably Justin's former delinquent friends, right? Are you okay with talking to them? Yes, of course. Your emotions in such disarray, you completely forgot why you came here in the first place. You two happen to know the young man who died at the refinery yesterday. These guys are after Justin. He's already dead. After Justin? There's someone with a grudge against him? White clearly thinks that you were sent on someone's behalf. Wouldn't hurt to play the part to get more information out of him. Not going to hurt you. We're not going to hurt you anymore. We'd just like to ask you a few questions about Justin. Yeah, sure man, whatever you want. Alright, you two talk. I'll work on popping Gavin's shoulder back into place. A little disturbing how nonchalantly she says things like that. Can you tell me about Justin Way? According to a few witnesses we spoke to, you used to be friends. Friends is kind of pushing it. We used to hang back in the day, but we don't no more. It's weird when he started talking to us again. Thought he left for good. Came back. But he started talking to you again. Why? You just need some of the old gear that you left at the house. Old gear? Kind of old gear. You know, his thieves' tools. Well, tools you need for lockpicking and safe cracking. Why do you need those? What would Justin need lockpicking and safe cracking tools for? Well, you need to get the gold that he owed your boss. So, he owed gold to someone. Word has it that he was working for the merchant that owns the refinery. Guess the owner trusted him a lot. Justin said that he had a way to get access to the safe in the guy's office. Justin was always a whiz when it came to breaking and entering. He even had tools that could crack magical locks. Getting the gold out of that safe would have been an easy score for him. Justin was planning to rob Dracogen? Wyatt apparently thinks that you were sent on behalf of someone, and from what he's said so far, Justin owed a non-trivial amount of gold to this person. If this person was some kind of criminal, could they have been the one who sabotaged the guardrail? Did Justin tell you who he owed this debt to? Nah, man, he didn't say nothing. They might whack me if I tell them the truth. So he does know. No point in playing dumb. Just tell us what he told you. Did he give you a name? Answer the question. The Eye Taker. He owed gold to the Eye Taker. What the fuck is the Eye Taker? Okay, well I guess we get a picture of him despite having no idea what the fuck he should look like or anything. But sure. Eye Taker? That must be some kind of criminal nickname. Because that sounds so familiar, though. Either way, you need to find out who this Eye Taker is. It'd be best to ask someone else. And take care of the yard. Suppose that's more your fault. Yeah, that's kind of your fault, buddy. Returning to this house has brought back several memories that you have complicated feelings for. Feelings, or even were confounded by the blatant vandalism committed by Gavin and Wyatt. Honestly, you'd rather leave this place as soon as possible. I think that's about it.
Prepario Arcanum.
Okay, well we got information. Go here, I guess? Hey, Tyrion. Yeah. Back at the house. What was that all about? Never seen you get that angry before. You said it was your house. Yeah, it was my house. It was. Ever since we arrived in the city, you haven't really been yourself. If you want to talk about it, I'm fine. I don't want to talk about it. You're not fine. I can see it on your face. Please, just talk to me. None of your business. Came out a lot louder than you wanted it to. Celeste, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... Is that a word? He quickly walks ahead of you. Damn. Okay. What about over here? Can't even tell him about this? Know all about being fine. Don't worry, most people do. It's fine. Dracogen. Have you ever heard of a criminal named the Eye Taker? It does sound familiar, but I don't know much more than that. Try my best to avoid those types of people, you understand? Perhaps someone else might know more about them. Okay, well... Sure. What about the harbor? He seems to have some gossip. Marson, do you know about a criminal named the Eye Taker? The Eye Taker? Where'd you hear that name? So you do know about them. Yeah, I do. I learned to keep my distance from him over the years. The Eye-Taker is the criminal kingpin of this region. A large criminal undertaking in this region happens under his watch. That big of a deal? Of course he is. More importantly, how did you hear about him? When I heard Justin Way owed him a huge debt. Justin owed them? I knew he used to run around with a bunch of rogues, but I never imagined. By the Scaled Lord, the Eye-Taker might be involved in Justin's death. Do you think someone like him could be behind this? Well, there's a saying we have about what happens when you get on his bad side. Let's just say he reminds you why he has that name. So, you know who the Eye-Taker is now. I wonder if the Eye-Taker has come to him. He is missing an eye. Definitely adds another angle to this case. There are still some elements of this that don't make sense. Need to take some time to work through it all. You should go talk to Dracogen first. He'll want to see everything that you've found. Okay. Hello, Mr. Cuthbert. I trust you're doing well. We are, for the most part. Spent some time looking into the accident and the people who knew Justin. I think there might be more to this case than meets the eye. You spend some time explaining your findings to Dracogen. He seems troubled when you explain the traces of transmutation that you found on the guardrail. He's even more taken aback when you mention Justin's supposed plan to rob him. This is quite a lot to take in. Are you missing any valuables in your safe right now? No, actually, but what is it? After the accident, I did a careful inspection of the building. I checked my office, noticed that the lock on the safe was disengaged. The safe was open, so that there wasn't anything missing. Right. When I saw the safe open like that, I already worried that I'd been robbed. I double checked the contents. Everything was accounted for. Because of that, I just assumed I'd forgotten to lock it. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I might believe that if it weren't for my office, for where my office is located. What do you mean? The walkway that Justin fell from leads to my office. There's a window there that overlooks the refinery. That would explain why Justin was there in the first place. I don't want to suspect one of my employees, especially one that isn't alive, to defend himself from such accusations. But it just all fits too perfectly together. For one thing, why wasn't anything stolen? Well, regardless, I think you have a pretty good case. So does this mean you'll represent me? After what I've discovered, I won't just stand by and let Von Sanctus have his way. Well spoken. I'm glad to have you on my side. Anyways, regardless of why, someone clearly magically tampered with the site of the accident. But the court will find you at fault for what happened. Although, what's wrong? Civil cases are a lot less strict than criminal cases. We present evidence suggesting foul play using magic. We'll treat this exactly like our other cases. Yeah. We might stall the trial until they find out what exactly happened. For this accident, all we have to go on is a witness accounts. Finding concrete evidence of what happened could very well be impossible. The idea of hunting down the mage responsible sounds very tempting. Like you have your work cut out for you. Let's hope things turn out okay in the end. And with Von Sanctus on the other side of this, who knows what might happen. It'd be best to keep your wits about you. Can't believe this. I have more important things to do than resolve your petty squabbles for you. Yes, yes. The missing ship of your betrothed. Oh, that's where we heard that name. Aster. What? I don't even know what the word betrothed means. But it seems like it has something like romantic interest or something. Family member or some sort of connection. Betrothed. Interesting. Fiancé. Oh no. Fucked up. If true. She's my wife. Listen, the sooner you help me resolve this mess with Dracogen, the sooner you can return to being the prince's lapdog. That is to say, once I'm not preoccupied with this case, House Von Sanctus can provide the resources that you and the Inquisition need. Suppose I don't have a choice, do I? Well, at least this case should be relatively straightforward. We're now in session for the trial of Stephanic Dracogen. Prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready. Very well, let's begin with the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, please list the charges. Defendant is charged with criminal negligence in the death of Justin Wei. Death occurred at the Arcane refinery last night. Mr. Wei was an employee of the Dracogen Training Company, a company owned by the defendant. During work hours, the victim accidentally broke a poorly maintained safety rail and fell into a vat of corrosive chemicals. Attempts to save his life failed, and his body almost fully dissolved. See, a gruesome end. The defendant displayed clear negligence in maintaining the refinery's facilities. As such, the responsibility for Mr. Wei's death falls squarely on his shoulders. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Noah Morrison to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yes, the name is Noah Morrison. I'm the harbor master of Aranax's harbor. My understanding that you witnessed the accident that night. Am I correct? Yeah, I did. Could you please testify to the court about what you witnessed? Maybe it's 5:30, time for Dashy to start yawning. I was showing a visitor around the city, and for some reason, he really wanted to see the Aranax Arcane refinery. He was inspecting the machines there when suddenly Mazarika ran up to us. She was desperately trying to tell us something, but there was just too much noise. For a while, she just pointed at the walkway overlooking the refinery. That's where we saw someone fall into that cursed vat. There was a guardrail that should have prevented him from falling, but he broke through it as he fell. There was a safety rail that should have protected the victim. Yes, however, upon closer inspection, the city guard found that the rails were extremely rusted. They were clearly poorly maintained by the company. See, this negligence is the basis of the prosecution's charges. Are you going to present the traces of transmutation that we found? Can't help but to feel like there's something in Morrison's testimony that doesn't add up. Right now, those traces are the only defense we have against Von Sanctus' accusations. Not a piece that I want to use just yet. Once you use that piece, who knows how the judge will react. Not much has changed with Morrison's testimony. However, you've collected a lot more evidence since you last spoke to him. Is there anything you found that contradicts his testimony? Showing a visitor around, he really wanted to see the refinery, he was inspecting machines, she ran up to us, desperately trying to tell us something, but there was too much noise. While she pointed at the walkway, that's where we saw someone fall in. Maybe just press on this. You saw the guardrail break? Yeah. It was hard to see most things from that distance, but I definitely noticed that. It definitely made an impression on me. Like those rails were made out of cardboard. Only proves our point. Properly maintained guardrails should not have broken that easily. Didn't present the magical traces yet. There might be more that you can get out of Morrison's testimony. Okay, yeah. Do you have something to present for that then? Okay, I think we just press on most things. I'm just gonna press everything. This was the patron you mentioned before, am I correct, Morrison? Hi. Aster seemed keen on keeping his identity hidden. Probably be best to leave it at that. Aside from being a mage, he hasn't given you much reason to suspect him, for now. Are you referring to Masarika Tudor, owner of the local cafe? Aye, for whatever reason, she was also there and witnessed the accident. Yes, we are already well aware of that. Masarika's testimony was a lot less detailed than Morrison and Aster's. Probably more focused on saving Justin and taking in her surroundings. Are there any points where her testimony doesn't add up with Morrison? Is there? Saw him fall off the walkway. After seeing him fall, she tried to get the attention. Wait. Yeah, so she saw him fall and then tried to get their attention. Where is it? Here.
Objection!
Guess that's not it. I think this is it, but I don't know how I'm supposed to present it. Because I think that's the whole thing, is like, I mean, unless we're supposed to press further and see if we can get him to add something. You saw someone fall into the vat. Did you not recognize the person? Didn't know the lad personally, and it was pretty far away. I couldn't get a good look at the person. Should keep a pin on that detail. Anyways, you go into more detail about the moment you witnessed the accident. Of course, what do you want to know about? What would we want to put? So she didn't... Something that doesn't line up with hers. Happened in the guardrail before Justin fell. Well, I saw him lean on it. Should have prevented him from falling off the walkway. The rail just broke the instant he put his weight on it. That's how he fell into the vat. See, please include that detail with your testimony. I think it'll help. Oh, okay, that didn't really... Wait, he was inspecting the machines when suddenly she ran up to us, trying to tell us something. There was just too much noise. Pointed. Okay. I don't even think this added anything. So I guess this is the default. What was she doing? Told you, didn't I? She was the one who pointed to the walkway in the first place. That's how we saw Justin fall. See, could you please include that detail in your testimony? It'll help. Well, Sarika pointed it out. That's when we saw Justin fall. How can I present this? There. Witness, you said that you saw the victim fall into the vat. This happened before, during, or after Masarika tried to get your attention. Definitely after. If it weren't for the commotion she made, you wouldn't have looked up there in the first place. It's just as you thought, but what does this mean? Morrison, I spoke with Masarika about what she saw. She said that she saw Justin fall off the walkway and then rush to you for help. Sounds about right. No, Morrison, it actually doesn't. What do you mean? Masarika saw Justin fall before she went to get help. Then how did you see him fall after she came to get you for help? What? Morrison, Masarika came to you for help. This was in reaction to seeing Justin fall off the walkway. If that's true, then how could you have possibly seen Justin fall off the walkway again afterwards? I have no idea. Mr. Cuthbert, you're disputing the witness's testimony over a minor detail. Entirely possible that Mr. Morrison or Ms. Tudor simply misremembered. I highly doubt that Morrison misremembered the order of what happened. His testimony matches up exactly with the testimony of his companion. Then Ms. Tudor must be the one who's mistaken. I'm compelled to agree with Ms. Steelman. These conflicting accounts are extremely minor. The prosecution's case is based on the broken guardrail. Only 3 individuals witnessed Justin Wade break said guardrail. The defense asserts that these 3 witness accounts must be consistent with each other. Otherwise, this evidence is not strong enough to find my client liable. Please, the break in the guardrail is directly over the vat. That is enough physical evidence. It proves that the victim fell in because the railing broke. How do we know that the guardrail wasn't broken by some other event? That's ludicrous. You're clearly just playing devil's advocate. I'll admit that I also find the defense's assertion dubious. However, I see no harm in allowing Ms. Tudor to testify to what she saw. Rika saw a lot less than Morrison and Astor did, and her testimony was a lot less detailed. But the one detail she did remember was that she saw Justin fall off the walkway. Hopefully, her testimony might clear up what happened. Bailiff, please escort Ms. Tudor to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courtroom. It's probably Rika's first time testifying in a courtroom. We hope she'll be okay. Ah, yes, here we go. As if I need such introductions, but allow me to indulge you all. Oh lord, is she seriously doing that here? I am Masarika Tudor, Dark Lord of Aranox. I am Archmagi of the Cadmium Flames, and business proprietor of Sweet Confections. See, I was not aware we were in the presence of such a renowned individual. Do you actually believe her? Your Honor, Masarika Tudor is the owner of the local cafe in Aranox. Is she also a high Archmagi? I am. No, she really isn't. Tyrion, you're ruining my flow. Yeah, stop ruining her flow, Tyrion. You would say that your flow is the most disrupted right now. Anyways, Miss Tudor, you were at the Aranax refinery on the night of the accident, and you witnessed the moment that the victim fell off the walkway. Am I correct? Yes, that's right. According to your statement, you ran up to Morrison after you saw Justin fall off the walkway. The problem is that there's a contradiction between both of your testimonies. Contradiction? Morrison testified that he didn't see the victim fall into the vat until after you approached him. This wouldn't make sense, though. Always ruining your flow. Am I, though? Am I always ruining your flow? Source? You saw the victim fall off the walkway before you ran up to Morrison. Morrison couldn't have possibly seen the victim fall again after that. Oh, I think I see what happened. You do? I think you're misunderstanding what I said before. Misunderstood you? That's true. Could you please testify to the court exactly what happened? Please include every detail you can remember. Sure. I was at the refinery when I heard a strange sound from the walkway. When I looked to see what it was, I saw that Justin had tumbled over the guardrail. But he hadn't fallen into the vat yet. I saw him barely hanging onto the edge of that platform. I didn't know how to get to the walkway from there, so I looked for help on the grounds and found Mr. Morrison. He must have seen Justin lose his grip on the ledge and fall into the vat after. This doesn't really line up. So the victim didn't immediately fall into the vat, he was hanging onto the edge of the walkway. That would explain how Mr. Morrison saw the victim fall into the vat after Ms. Tudor saw him fall off the walkway. This doesn't really line up, but alright, sure. In any case, Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Yep. Okay, sound. What kind of sound did you hear? Quite sure. If I had to guess, I'd say that it sounded like the sound of metal hitting metal. Metal hitting metal. The refinery walkway is made out of metal. Perhaps the sound you heard was something metallic colliding with the walkway. Did something shake the walkway and make Justin lose his balance? Let's see what it was. So this was the moment you saw Justin fall off the walkway? Yeah. You said that he fell over the guardrail? I did. I'm not sure how that happened. I think something caused him to lose his balance. He tumbled over the guardrail and fell right off the walkway. Interesting. Still doesn't explain why Morrison saw him fall after you ran for help. I did see Justin fall from the walkway. I mean, do I literally just present this testimony? Objection! Yeah. Over? She said over, didn't she? Rika, you said that the victim tumbled over the guardrail. As in, he was thrown over it. Yes, that's right. What? Did you see the moment that the guardrail broke? No, I didn't. I already told you that, didn't I? But you did see the moment that Justin fell off the walkway. In that moment, did you see Justin break the guardrail? No, like I told you, I didn't see the moment that the guardrail broke. But that's the thing, Rika. According to Morrison, Justin Way broke the guardrail as he fell into the vat. More specifically, he said that Justin was standing on the walkway when this happened. According to the prosecution, Justin Way leaned on a faulty guardrail and broke it, falling into the vat. But that's not what you saw, was it, Rika? No, I saw him tumble over the guardrail. Afraid I don't see the importance of this. How do you not see the importance of this? What do you mean? You're accusing the witness of perjury. No. There's definitely something going on here. But what? Also, Rika is a mage, and you don't want to suspect her. I know it's a trope, but it's just like, really? The entire case hinges on the idea that the guardrail is faulty. If he fell over the guardrail, it's not the guardrail being faulty. What is happening here? They're both lying. They're both telling the truth. I think they're both telling the truth. What is nail polish though? Is that why my wife has red? Dude, that okay. Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. Okay. Let's kill him. Let's kill him. Let's beat the judge to death with hammers. God damn it, dude. Alright, fine. But they're telling the truth, you guess. How does that make sense? Okay, think through this. We assume that Rika and Morrison are telling the truth. You need to remember the exact order of events. First, Rika saw Justin go up the walkway. Saw he tumbled over the guardrail. He hadn't fallen into the vat yet. Right, okay, he's hanging on the edge. She saw Justin fall over the guardrail and off of the walkway. Justin was able to grab onto the walkway edge, and that's when Rika went to look for help. This is when she ran after Morrison and asked her. And then there's Aster's account of the events. He said that he looked like he was conscious. Aster and Morrison couldn't see Justin's face. That one detail of their testimonies never sat right with you. But you dismissed your suspicions. They found Justin's body in the vat, after all. You know for a fact that he fell into that vat. You never considered one other possibility. I don't feel like any of these. I feel like he fell into the vat. They found his remains in there. Well, unless it's that he didn't fall into the vat, but then he was like dumped in there? Is it possible that he didn't fall into the vat? No, testified that he saw him fall off of the walkway. If he had somehow climbed back up, someone would have seen him leave the refinery. And if he'd fallen onto the ground, that definitely would have left evidence. We're considered one of... Is it just another person? Okay, I feel like they would have noticed other people's remains in there, but alright. Another person? Is that really possible? The only thing that makes sense. It would also explain how Rika, Morrison, and Aster all saw someone fall off of the walkway at different times. Then, who is the second person? You don't have a choice. Even if you don't know all the facts, this is the only conclusion you can draw. You've had quite enough time to deliberate, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you accusing the witness or not? Not accusing the witness of perjury, Your Honor. Both Ms. Tudor's and Mr. Morrison's testimonies appear to contradict each other. But they are both telling the truth. Then please enlighten us, Mr. Cuthbert. How could both of their testimonies possibly be true? Well, I think there's one possible explanation. Both Ms. Tudor and Mr. Morrison saw someone fall off the walkway. The person that Ms. Tudor saw and the person that Mr. Morrison saw were two different people. Are you serious, Mr. Cuthbert? Do you honestly think that some random person fell into the vat moments after Justin Way fell in? It's the only conclusion that makes sense, Miss Steelwind. Ms. Tudor knew the victim and recognized him. That's how she was able to confirm that it was him that fell into the vat. However, Mr. Morrison and his companion did not know the victim personally. They could barely make out his features. They only assumed that it was him after learning that he fell in. Please. It's far more likely that Ms. Tudor is simply mistaken about what she saw. You know what? No, I'm sure that I saw Justin tumble over the guardrail. And let's not forget Ms. Tudor's allegiances. As a beneficiary of the Dracogen Trading Company, she has every reason to confound this case in the defendant's favor. That's a fucked up thing to say. That's enough. This is a civil case, Mr. Cuthbert, not some murder mystery for you to throw wild theories towards. It's clearly an accident. Looks like you don't have a choice. You're going to have to use your trump card. You have one piece of evidence that implies that this wasn't a simple accident. There it is. Are you sure about that, Your Honor? What? Justin Way's death was reported as an unfortunate accident. As a result, the City Guard was put minimal resources into their investigation. More specifically, there was no reason to call in the Arcane Inquisition. What are you talking about now? Why would the Inquisition be... No. Are you saying that, unlike the Aranax City Guard, I have a mage capable of casting Detect Magic? My bodyguard, Celeste McCoy, scanned the crime scene for magical traces, and she found traces of transmutation on the broken guardrail. Traces of magic were found at the crime scene? That would make this potential homicide, Your Honor. This is ridiculous. The accident took place within an arcane refinery. Those traces could have easily come from the purification process. Ms. Steelwind, these traces were found only on the guardrails that Justin broke. You didn't find them anywhere else. We can't be certain of what happened. It's clear that a mage used magic near the scene of the accident. Foul play may have been involved. So, my theory of another person falling into the vat is entirely possible. The client is not at fault for the guardrail breaking. Considering the shocking revelation, there is still much we do not know about Justin Way's death. With that said, I have no choice but to suspend the trial of Von Sanctus vs. Dracogen. I had a feeling that this would happen. Just like your other cases, the court won't pass a verdict unless the culprit is found. The court will give the Arcane Inquisition time to investigate the scene and these supposed magical traces. We will resume the trial in 2 days. 2 days? Court is adjourned. Did not expect it to take 2 days off. Well, at least we survived the first day. But it kind of feels like we're back to square one. Yeah. The Inquisition will get involved. They know that magic played a role in what happened. You want them to dismiss the case against Dracogen, you're going to have to find out exactly what happened. That's even possible. Ugh. Hey, you okay? I feel a headache coming on. Yeah, I think I'm just tired. Civil trial, not criminal. It's money, not people, so they need time to be sure. Well, I think the implication is that this isn't a civil trial anymore? I don't know. Maybe not, though. Yeah, I think I'm just tired. Well, this day has been exhausting. It's pretty late. Should we just head back to the inn and continue the investigation tomorrow? No, I want to take another look at the refiner before the Inquisition gets there. Ah, growing pain in your skull seems to disagree with you doing that. Yeah, no, we're heading back to the inn. Fine, really. Tyrion, I know you're anxious about the trial, but you need to get some rest. Celeste, it's fine. It's not. You're going to work yourself. You just stay out of my way? And your voice came out louder than you meant for it to. Fine. Whatever. Do what you want. It's this damn city. Being back here is really getting to you. All the more reason to get through this trial as soon as possible. Soreness in your head doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. Perhaps she's right. You'd be better off investigating the scene after some rest. The other interesting thing is they said that you can only detect magic 48 hours after the case, or after it was used, so them waiting 2 days is kind of interesting, because that means they'll run out of time on the second day. Will they? If today... Oh. No, it won't. Okay. Yes. Realistically, I don't really fucking know. Whatever. Another nightmare overtakes your sleep. You clutch the note tightly in your hands as you read it. Sorry, Tyrion. There's so many things that I wanted to tell you, so many things that I wanted to show you. I'm afraid that I can't do that now. You need to be strong now. This world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes. Peer beyond the divine gate as I once did. Use it to reclaim the future. Eyes? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. All you have to do is stop the execution. If you can just distract the knights long enough, you can save her and run away. You have to abandon your home, but at least she'll still be with you. You try to sprint toward the gallows, the knight grabs your arm and pulls you back. Hey kid, you can't cross this point. Hey, stop that. You fruitlessly try to break his grip by striking him with your bare hands. He barely feels anything through his armor. Continue delivering blow after blow to him, but it does nothing. Your knuckles start to bleed. Irritated by your behavior, the knight pins you to the ground. Kid. Desperately struggle against him to no avail. In this position, you have no choice but to watch what's happening. Wait, stop! Make eye contact with your mother one last time. Body goes limp. You stare blankly at the hanging body. No, this isn't... Mom? Clutch her note tightly in your hand. Feel a comforting yet fleeting warmth from it. Mom! Tyrion. Celeste? You snap back awake. It was another nightmare. You notice that tears are streaming down your face. You try to bring up your sleeve to wipe them away. You realize that Celeste is firmly gripping your hand. Why are you... sorry. You were shouting in your sleep. You seemed to calm down a little whenever I held your hand. I've been doing that. Tyrion, are you okay? You're not. You've been acting weird since we arrived in Aranox. Nothing. It's not nothing. Does it have something to do with your mom? For the past few nights, I've been calling out for her in your sleep. Please, just talk to me. Your friend, aren't I? Never even realized it. You didn't have many people in your life after you left Aranox. You only had Ms. Tamara. She never wanted to talk about what happened. But Celeste, she's been there since you started your career. Of course she's your friend. It all happened a long time ago. We lived here together in that old house. My mother was a merchant and a mage. My mother was a mage? I guess the gift of magic skipped my generation. I could never use it. But 10 years ago, my mother's business partner was found murdered. And they found traces of magic at the crime scene. Thought that your mom did it. Ms. Tamura was my mother's defense attorney for the trial. She did everything that she could to acquit her, but she could never find the real culprit. They found her guilty of first-degree murder. Tried to stop her execution, but voice starts breaking. Tyrion, I'm sorry. Coming back here has brought back so many memories. Thought that I'd already moved on from what happened. I could just keep saving people as an attorney, and maybe I could put all of this behind me. But I'm back in Aranax, and those feelings are still so fresh in my mind. It's like I'm still the same powerless child from 10 years ago, and I've been taking that out on you. I'm really sorry. Don't be. I get it. I know what it's like to lose someone like that. She does, doesn't she? When my dad was murdered, you were there for me. If it weren't for you, I would have still believed that he died hating me. Celeste slowly clasped your hands within hers. Feels warm and comforting. Has this been the warmth you've been feeling for the last few nights? So just let me be here for you. And feel yourself dozing off, you have to snap yourself back awake. Sorry, the last few days have just been a little tiring. It's okay, just focus on falling asleep. Stay with you for as long as you need me to. I'm also feeling pretty tired though. Just rest my eyes a bit. For the first time since you arrived in Aranox, you finally receive a good night's rest. You wake up the next morning feeling well rested. Feel almost a little too rested. Feel really reluctant to leave the comfort of your bed. Celeste, are you there? Ian feels warm. Yeah, she's sleeping with you, buddy. Yeah, And feel your heart stop. Celeste, what do you want? Her eyes slowly open as she wakes from her equally restful sleep. She drowsily scans her surroundings. Both dart out of the bed. So, you seem to be doing better. You're okay, right? Yeah, thank you for last night. Or phrasing. Hello? Are you there, Mr. Cuthbert? The hell? Soul nearly jumps out of your body. Suddenly you hear Aster's voice, and it's extremely loud. Look around to see where he is, but he's nowhere to be found. Aster? Ah, thank the Scaled Lord. I've finally gotten through to you two. What? Where are you? I'm using a spell to speak with you right now. Apologize for contacting you in this manner, but I was worried that something had happened to you two. Right, of course. Anyways, what do you want at this time of day? This time of day? Mr. Cuthbert, it's 3 p.m. in the afternoon. 3 p.m.? You missed the entire morning. Hope everything's okay. Did something happen? No, everything's okay. Anyways, it's already this late. We should head over to the refinery. Yes, the investigation. Let's do that immediately. Celeste immediately power walks out of the room. We follow after her. If you're heading to the refinery, do you mind if I meet with you two? There's something that I'd like to ask you. Sure. Wonderful. I'll see you at the town square. Quickly meet Aster in the town square while you walk to the refinery. You and Celeste walk to your destination with purpose. A little too much purpose. Almost as if you're both trying to distract yourselves from something. Time you make eye contact with Celeste, she quickly glances away. Things are a little awkward, but you much prefer this over the tense mood between you two yesterday. Anyways, Aster, what was the spell you used earlier? Let you speak with us without being there. Of that? That was a conjuration spell. It's called Send Message. Just feel a little bit uneasy that you can just contact us out of the blue like that. More importantly, you're a little worried about what he might have seen. Don't worry, the spell is perfectly harmless. I'll give you the parameters if you'd like. For the duration of this spell, the caster projects their voice to communicate with a target. Anyone within a 30-foot radius of the target can hear the caster's voice. Anyone? The caster can also hear sounds close to the target, allowing for two-way communication. Target must be a person known to the caster. Oh, anyone within a 30-foot radius of the target. Oh, does this have a range? Person must also be conscious, otherwise the spell will fail. Alternatively, the target can be an object that is attuned to the caster's magic. Interesting. Looks like it only facilitates communication. Definitely didn't see the embarrassing state that you two were in. By the way, I'm not trying to be rude, but why are you following us? Oh, yes. I was still trying to think of the proper method to ask you. But you both seem to be on edge at the moment. What did you want to ask us? You already told me about the traces of transmutation at the refinery. The trial yesterday really highlighted the significance of that. I can't simply stand by if I was a witness to a murder. May I join you on your investigation? Why is he scared and happy? You're questioning his motives for a variety of reasons. He was the only other mage that was at the scene of the crime. Between him and Rika, you definitely trust Rika more. Alright, I see no reason why not. Celeste shoots you a concerned look. You subtly gesture for her to keep an eye on Aster. She nods in acknowledgement. Aster is your prime suspect right now, and he has to be aware of that. You ever get nervous asking someone you respect if you can hang out? I guess that's what it is. I suppose. I don't know. But if you keep him close to you, you might catch some dissonant thoughts through the eye. You arrive at the refinery and see that several knights from the Inquisition have already arrived. Glance at the damaged walkway and see Commander White there with a few of his knights. He seems to notice you too. He only pays you a passing glance. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I've been waiting for you. For quite a while, may I add. Great, sorry about that. Suppose you have your reasons. You've more than proven yourself worthy of my trust. Although, Rakajan gives Aster a suspicious glance. He appears to have come to the same conclusion that you did. Well, you've given me a little reason to doubt your judgment. We'll leave the investigation in your capable hands. Speaking of the investigation, where should we start first? Now we've gotten the Inquisition involved, we might be able to learn more about the magical traces at the crime scene. You look at Commander White, who is inspecting the walkway. He's probably your best bet for getting at more information about the investigation. Oh, it's you two. And who's this? Wait, the hell? Commander, please don't. What the hell are you two doing with the Crown Prince? What? Ah, it appears that my cover has been blown, as they say. Did you just say that you're the Crown Prince? Yes. My full name is Aster de Wyvernguard IV, heir to the throne of the Wyvernguard. Well, shit. This entire time you've been speaking to the heir to the throne. I was hoping that it wouldn't come to this. Oh, sorry, your majesty. Please, none of that. I'd much prefer if you all continued to call me Aster. No, I could never. Never seen the commander this flustered before. Would you find the need to hide this from us? Didn't want you to think less of me. That he is, yeah, he's our biggest fanboy. Which is kind of funny since his fiancée is our direct competition. So he actively roots against his fiancée in every single court case, which also doesn't make sense because he's nobility. And we actively fight against the nobility. I question if this guy is actually a fanboy, or if he just has the ability to mask his feelings towards us. And make it seem like he's happy about being around us. I admire your work, Mr. Cuthbert, which is why I was afraid you wouldn't speak with me if you knew the truth. In a way, he was correct to assume that. As a member of the royal family, he represents everything that you and Miss Tamora are fighting against. But he does look like a sincere and genuine person. At the very least, you haven't seen anything incriminating through the eye of Horus. This complicates things greatly. Aster is your primary suspect. So if he did commit the murder, you would have to implicate a member of the royal family. A nobleman is one thing, but would it even be possible to convict the crown prince? Well, no matter what, you won't stop seeking justice. Doesn't matter who you're facing, be they man, king, or god. Princes aside, you came here to talk to the commander about his investigation. Since Aster is accompanying you, he might be more inclined to share details with you. Surprised the Inquisition is even here, I thought you were all busy investigating Aster's missing ship. Wait, you know about that? Commander glances nervously at Aster. We wanted to put more of our people there. Lady Steelwind insisted that we focus on the Dracogen case. As you should. We would much rather you find justice for Justin Way. That's far more important than looking for some musty old ship. Is this kid for real? Have you discovered anything about the magical traces here? I did take a look at it, and it's definitely suspicious. The only rails with the magical traces on them are these. The fact that we can still see them means that they were left within the last 48 hours. It's looking pretty likely that someone used transmutation on these rails that night. It doesn't make sense though. Why did someone weaken these rails specifically? No idea. Just as confused as you are. This is really foul play. Someone knew that Justin or some other person would be in this exact this place. Okay. Good point. Good point to bring up. So if the Eye Taker told him where he was going to be, but that also doesn't make sense, because it'd be like, yeah. Wouldn't the Eye Taker just be like, oh, okay, yeah, get me my shit. Who knows? Has the Inquisition found any evidence to prove my theory? You mean about a second person falling into that? Sorry, kid, but it ain't that simple. The body of that Justin fella sort of dissolved. It's quite gruesome. If another person had fallen in, their body would have dissolved too. We could only find some bone fragments, blood, and a lot of metallic shards. Been able to use divination magic to identify the bone fragments? Yep. The ones we found all belong to Justin Way. No signs of bones from another person. Okay. There wasn't any evidence of another person falling in? Could your theory have been incorrect then? Are you sure that you and Mr. Morrison saw a person fall into the vat? Asked her. When he saw someone fall off the walkway and break the guardrails. But thinking back on it, I didn't recognize who exactly that person was. The harbor master and I were pretty far away, and it wasn't well lit. You think the second victim's body fully dissolved? That might explain why we can't find any bone matter from them. Not tabbed in. I'm tabbed in, but I'm clicking outside of the box. I keep on trying to click in this region, like behind my model, to hide my mouse. Wouldn't make sense if that person's body fully dissolved before Justin's. Why can't you find any bone matter of the second person? Either way, Dracogen might want to hear about this. The liquid is so volatile, how are you able to take things out of the vat? Oh, the liquid isn't volatile anymore. When the harbor master and I reported what we saw, the workers poured some sort of alchemical solution into the vat. And according to them, that solution neutralized the evocation magic in those chemicals. From what I hear, the magical liquid in these vats is usually blue. Ooh. The solution they poured in turned it green. Yes, unfortunately, it was too late. By the time they neutralized the liquid, Justin's body had already mostly dissolved. And if they hadn't neutralized it so quickly, we probably wouldn't have found anything from the victim. I was gonna say, what if it wasn't Justin that fell in first? That person that fell in first was completely dissolved, and the second person that fell in was Justin. Moreover, I actually think it's just like the second person that fell in was... I think the second person that fell in didn't actually fall into the vat. I don't know. I'm interested. I don't really have a working theory here, honestly. Poured yellow alchemical solution, neutralized it. If they hadn't neutralized the liquid, everything in the vat would have been completely destroyed. I still can't believe that you've been the Crown Prince this entire time. I wasn't trying to deceive you. I was just worried that you might treat me differently if you knew the truth. Right. Should I call Steelwind over here for you? She'll probably want to see you. No, I think it would be best if you didn't. Oh, I remember now. If you're the Crown Prince, that makes Prosecutor Steelwind your fiancé. Right, Lady Frege mentioned that during the Nightgrave case. That's why the name Aster sounded so familiar. You saw it in her thoughts. That Miriam. She caused me so much trouble by publicly revealing my marriage to Lady Steelwind. I had hoped to keep it a secret for much longer. She publicly revealed it? Where is Prosecutor Steelwind anyways? She always investigates these crimes herself. Ah, she said she wanted to investigate this disappearing ship personally. She seems really hell-bent on finding the people responsible. It's a lavender marriage? What does that mean? I've never heard that term. I can only imagine it has something to do with marriage where people do not... The two do not actually like each other. Or something along those lines. That's when a lesbian and a gay guy get married for social appearances, then date in secret. Oh, okay. Neat. You know what's funny? When we were coaching in high school, yeah, this was after I graduated. Two of the kids that we had were cousins. I'm just gonna say their first names because why not? But we had Craig and Brittany, were both cousins, and both of them acted very fruity. It's like you know, not openly saying that they were gay, but you know, there were signs. They always went on double dates, and would never tell people about how the double dates went. Aside from, you know, oh, this is my. Brittany would be like, this is my boyfriend. Craig would be like, this is my girlfriend. Anyway, my mom called him out at one point in the car because it was just like me, Craig, Brittany, and mom, and they're like stumbling over their words, trying to talk to each other about each other's significant others, and my mom's just like, come on guys, we know. We know what it really is. You don't have to lie to us, at least. Like, if you want to keep it a secret, that's fine, but there's no point trying to fumble over your shit and and confuse each other. We already know. But yeah, it's funny. I mean, obviously it was a high school thing, and this would have put it somewhere around like 2012, when it would have been much less okay. They did attempt to kidnap the crown prince after all. She must really care about you, Aster. I highly doubt that. Our marriage was arranged by our parents. She had no say in the matter, and I know that she only tolerates me for the good of our kingdom. I'm sure she still cares about you. No, I can tell by the way she behaves around me. Her hands quiver with rage, and she can't even bear to look at me when I speak to her. Jesus Christ. Damn, I can't believe she even treats the crown prince like that. She may be my fiancé, but our marriage is purely political. She endures so much because of her name. Guess you aristocrats have your own share of problems. Boo you. I'm quite pleased with your work during the trial. I'm glad I put my trust in you. Thank you, but we're still a long way from getting your case dismissed. And showing the possibility of a murder definitely made things much more complicated. I see no reason to blame yourself. You merely played the cards that you were dealt. Honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. Do you have any idea who the second victim might be? No idea. Well, all of my other employees are accounted for. I doubt that it was anyone who worked for me. Then who was it? To be perfectly honest, I'm a little concerned with how many unauthorized people were there that day. He has a point. It seems strange that Justin, Rika, and Morrison were all there. Rakagen, we spoke with the Inquisition about what they found in the vat, and they could only find the bone matter belonging to Justin. But that and several metallic shards. What? That can't be right. I know, I was hoping to find some hard evidence to prove my theory. I'll have to find another approach to prove it. No, but that's not what I meant. There shouldn't be any solid matter in those vats. Talking about the metallic shards. Just assume that those were some kind of magical byproduct. No, the refinement process requires that everything in that vat remains a liquid. Okay, but like, if they stopped it, that's not that crazy. Solid matter would absorb the liquid's magical properties and taint the entire batch. How is this interesting at all? This is literally the fucking guardrail broke above the vat of liquid, and then they poured the solution in there to stop it from dissolving. So those metal shards weren't supposed to be there. Why was it ever implied that they were? Do you think they came from the broken pieces of the railing? Nah. We'll probably want to double check with the commander to make sure. This is definitely strange. You'll need to take a moment to work through all this. What Drakagen said, there shouldn't have been any solid matter in those vats. Already confirmed that the bone matter they found came from Justin's body. That leaves another question. How did the metallic shards appear in the vat? Where did those shards come from? The fucking metal object? was thrown into the vat? Okay, I guess it's not the railing. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Wherever that object was, it probably dissolved into the shards that Orm found. That's the thing, though. What should the magical liquid have done to the object? It's destructive enough to reduce an entire human body to a few shards of bone. He was thrown into Justin. That'd be kind of funny. The vat of liquid should have partially destroyed the metal object completely, I guess. The object would have been completely destroyed. We shouldn't have had any metal shards in the first place. Right. We did find them. How do you explain that? Why was the metal object fully destroyed? That night, something happened that prevented the metal object from being... Wait. No, not you, not you. This. When Noah Morrison and Aster Wyverngard reported the accident, the refinery workers poured a yellow alcohol. Okay, yes, they did it as soon as it was reported. Okay, that's what I was confused about. I'm like, did they do this like a day later? This. When Aster and Morrison reported the accident, the workers immediately neutralized the liquid's magic. They did this to attempt to save Justin, and it would have also stopped the liquid from destroying anything else in the vat. So that's why we found those metal shards. Whatever that metal object was, it was only partially destroyed. This means that it fell into the vat around the same time that Justin fell into the vat. If it fell a while before the accident, it would have dissolved completely. If it fell after the accident, it wouldn't have dissolved at all. Furthermore, whatever that object was, it's probably as large as Justin. Man, don't fucking tell me it's the goddamn construct again. Don't tell me it's possible that it's gonna be another fucking construct? Alright. Okay. Metallic shards have been added to your notes. Large unknown metal object fell into the vat around the time that Justin Way fell into it. Magical liquid reduced it to several small metallic shards. Do you think this metal object had something to do with the second victim? Those damn robots keep tripping and falling over murders. That's fucking right, dude. Maybe they were holding it when they fell in. Not sure, but it's definitely possible. We should take a closer look at the metallic shards that Commander White found. Those shards might help us identify the second victim. That person even exists. Let's go back up here, I guess, see if he has something they can say about the... Wait, what was the last thing it said? Best to try something else. Oh. Commander White, you mentioned that you found several metallic shards in the vat. Do you mind if we take a look at them? Sure, just don't get any bright ideas about taking anything. You'll also want to avoid touching them with your bare hands. The liquid is neutralized, but it definitely ain't good for your skin. and her motions to one of the Inquisition Knights. In a few moments, he brings a large barrel filled with metallic shards. Large barrel? What? There were that many? Could possibly fallen into the vat. Guess we should get started. You spend some time closely inspecting metallic shards with Celeste. Shards are only the size of small rocks, but difficult to find any discerning features. Any luck on your end? No, I haven't found Celeste. I think I found something. Not exactly sure what it is, though. She pulls out a metallic shard with some sort of engraving on it. Unlike the other shards, this one looks far less damaged. Engraving on it looks like some sort of crest. Oh no, it's gonna... Oh, who would have fucking thought? Definitely not me! Oh shit! Can you guys believe it? Isn't he the noble that's charging Dracogen? Well, I doubt that Lord Von Sanctus was the second victim. Aster, do you know who would have a house emblem like this? Normally, only the Lord's retainers would have their emblems of this house. Oh, I doubt that Justin was the one who had this in his possession. Do you think one of Von Sanctus's retainers fell into the vat? Definitely possible. But if that did happen, why haven't we heard about it? Lord Von Sanctus would have the resources to keep something like that out of the public eye. The only way to know for sure would be to ask him ourselves. And if we could talk to him, he would never cooperate with us. Glance at the prince. Someone of his station would have no trouble meeting with Lord Von Sanctus. An idea begins to form in your mind. Unless... What is it, Mr. Cuthbert? Aster, do you think you could help us interrogate Lord Von Sanctus? You need my help? In this instance, it'd be really difficult to speak to him by yourselves. But as the Crown Prince, he'd be much more inclined to speak with you. Of course, I'd be happy to help. Might be overplaying your hand by utilizing Aster this way. You're so wary of the prince, especially since he was one of the few mages at the scene. Does this really work though? Not ideal, but it's the only lead we have so far. It still bothers you. Haven't you found any bone matter from the second person? Maybe you're overthinking it. To pursue every lead and see where it takes you. And to do that, you need to find out where Lord Von Sanctus is. Right. Yeah. Let's go to... Oh, we can just go straight to his manor. Okay. Neat. So this is Von Sanctus's house. It'd be much more appropriate to call this building a palace rather than a house. What's that smell? You head further into the manor, you're hit with the very pungent and sour odor. Also burns the interior of your nostrils every time you inhale. Well, we're here. You look around the manor and don't see anyone nearby. Looks like Lord Von Sanctus isn't home at the moment. Perhaps we should try looking somewhere else.
Arcanum.
Fuck. Long flight of stairs leads up to the upper parts of Von Sanctus's manor. You're a bit tempted to snoop around, but it'd be best not to take such risks. God, I love how Celeste has like this. It almost sounds southern, like accent. When she yells that spell. Rika, are you here? You enter Rika's cafe and find the place completely empty. See a sign on the front door. It says closed for today. Looks like she closed the restaurant for today. Since the Inquisition is involved now, they might have taken her in for questioning. I really wanted to go into detail about what she saw. It looks like we'll have to go somewhere else. There's one other place we can go, is the town square. We mustn't let such idealistic notions throw our nation into chaos. You arrive at the town square and see Lord Von Sanctus speaking to several spectators from the podium. Wow, I'm stuttering all through this fucking sentence. There's Lord Von Sanctus. He appears to be giving some sort of speech. Do your best to maintain hidden from his view while you listen in. Please understand, the actions of the nobility seem callous. However, we only have your best interests at heart. This controversy with the Dracogen Trading Company is just one of the many examples. These so-called unions that men like him support may seem appealing. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's awesome. That's great, man. That's awesome. But they only obfuscate and hinder the nobility from protecting the working class. Men like Stefanik Dracogen are merely charlatans. They only seek financial gain by strong-arming your true benefactors. True benefactors? What a joke. I knew that Von Sanctus was wary of Dracogen. I never expected him to be this zealous about getting rid of him. I think it's less about Dracogen specifically and more about what he represents. What do you mean? The Dracogen Trading Company has presented tangible proof that its policies are both effective and profitable. Even businesses that have no affiliate— dude, this is apolitical as shit! I love it! Good lord. Even businesses that have no affiliation with him have started following his examples. Von Sanctus is merely a relic of the past, and I think he knows that his archaic ideals won't survive in this landscape. I can only hope that our grand kingdom recognizes this danger as I have. The pompous noble leaves the podium as the citizens ponder his words. What a load of garbage. It's obvious that Von Sanctus knows his days are numbered. But look at what happened. We let the common folk set their own standards and a young man died. So you have a point there. You saw Von Sanctus getting into a carriage shortly after his speech. He appears to be heading back to his manor. Good fucking lord, man. That's crazy. Anyways, we saw Von Sanctus heading back here. We should be able to speak with him soon. Wait, Tyrion, isn't he going to recognize us? Can't really avoid that. If we want to question him, we need to speak to him directly. Even a noble like him would have to act civilly with the crown prince present. I mean, like how you civilly embarrassed and insulted him a few days ago? Right. You completely forgot about the chess tournament. Well, it's not as if we can hide our identities from him. Faced him in the chess tournament and Dracogen's attorney. He knows what we look like. You don't tell me she's already learned how to, like, to fucking disguise us. Lucio. Ah, yes. Awesome. Wow. That's quite impressive, Celeste. Right? I've been practicing that one. You two talking about? I think you should see for yourself. Prince gestures towards a nearby mirror. Don't tell me. Not only, obviously, she changed what we looked like. She's going to have changed what we looked like into Arya. You reluctantly approach it. Just what exactly did Celeste do to you? What? Oh, okay. Never mind. Jesus Christ. I figured that was like her first intuition. Why do I look like Reese Rudolph? Looks great, right? Eris taught that one to me. You honestly expect him to fall for this? Probably a powerful mage, he'll see right through this. Are you telling me that the Crown Prince is here? Did you notify me sooner? You hear Von Sanctus shouting at his attendant from down the hallway. He seems to be quickly heading this way. Uh-oh. You might want to disguise yourself as well, Celeste. Don't encourage her. This is extremely illegal. Right, look, you should just dispel this ridiculous disguise and... It's almost here. Can't think of anyone. Really sorry for keeping your highness waiting. This one's gonna be Arya. No? Maybe? I don't know. What was that? What are you talking about? Could have sworn that I heard something. Told you! Told you! I didn't hear anything either. You must be imagining things. Skilled Lord help us. Of all the people she could have chosen, at least she's able to mimic her voice well enough. Oh, Lady Steelwind, I wasn't expecting you until much later. Well, I do not answer to you. I shall do as I please. Yes, I suppose you have a habit. You have a habit of doing that. Bahamut mentioned. It mentions Bahamut a lot, actually. This game kind of reminds me a lot of like Heavensward. He must have other things on his mind, and if his guard is down like this. Anyways, Lord Von Sanctus, pardon the abrupt intrusion, came by to pay my respects. I'm honored by your majesty's presence. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy with the administrative matters at this moment. Too busy to show hospitality to the heir to the throne. Suppose I have some time to speak with you. Conditions aren't ideal, but at least you have one Von Sanctus here with you. You have Von Sanctus here with you. You should let Prince Aster make small talk with him for a bit. After that, you can subtly bring up the Von Sanctus crest you found in the vat. I heard about the charges that you brought against the Dracogen Training Company. The Bahamut the Silver Dragon is one of the 2 dragon gods that receives major worship. That's, I don't know if there's 2 in this one, but it's definitely mentioned Bahamut being the god. The dragon god. I know I sent you the screenshot when I was like Bahamut mentioned. And that was what was being talked about at the time. Oh yeah, because you weren't even there for it. So that's what happened. Bahamut is platinum and not silver. Oh, okay. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, it was just talking about. It didn't talk about Tiamat at all. I don't think they were talking about the war. I talked about it earlier, anyways, about the fucking war, and then they prayed to Bahamut, and then the Scaled Lord came and bestowed power upon the front lines. Forgive my bluntness, but is everything well within your estate? Oh, that. I am simply cleaning house, nothing more. Dealt with plenty of men like Dracogen before. This time will be no different. Understand that he may be taking business away from you. Does that really warrant you taking such drastic measures? Not just about his business. These ideas he's putting into people's heads. He's allowed these unions to continue to exist. Other businesses are following examples. It's absolutely absurd. It's as if the entire world has gone mad. See, society only functions when the lower class knows their place. That's how our society functions, so perhaps it is flawed. You're still young, Prince Aster. These righteous ideals may sound appealing. They are the path to disorder. Common folk do not care about the well-being of our kingdom as a whole. They only care about themselves individually. If we allow them to become empowered, they will use that power selfishly. Uh-huh. It is up to the upper class to maintain order. I see. By the way, surprised that you're representing Lord Von Sanctus, Lady Steelwind. Right. What's he doing? Already hard enough to maintain this ruse. I knew that you recently became a prosecutor, but I never imagined that you'd represent a noble. Get ahead of yourself, Aster. What do you even mean? Let's not be coy, Lady Steelwind. You must know, Your Majesty, how Steelwind and I came to an arrangement. The fair lady is so keen on wasting her talents on civil work. Given that, I might as well utilize her to my benefit. Do not speak to her like that. Oh, I meant no disrespect, but rest assured, this is only temporary. See, do you have an arrangement with Lucio Steelwind? Seems that Aster is collecting his own information. By the way, Lord Von Sanctus, have any of your attendants gone missing lately? That's an oddly specific question, but no. All of my attendants are accounted for. I see any dissonant thoughts from the eye. He could be unconsciously shielding himself from it. Must ask, why would you ask such a question? See, I actually found a discarded trinket while walking around the city. It had the crest of House Von Sanctus on it. I'm worried that something unsavory might have happened to one of your people. See, I suppose you must be on edge after what happened to your ship. However, items with the Von Sanctus crest are quite common nowadays. Really? The item that you found must have been a product produced by Von Sanctus Industries. Item produced by their industries. Which still just points to the fucking construct. So the Von Sanctus crest is on some of the items produced by your company. Not just some of the items, the Von Sanctus crest is engraved on every product created by the Von Sanctus Industries. As a result, people have come to associate the quality of our products with the quality of the House Von Sanctus. Or at least they did until hacks like Dracogen came out of the woodwork. So in other words, it's just branding. What type of products does Von Sanctus Industries produce? We used to produce magical accessories for mages. Now we produce all manner of products. As the head of commerce in our kingdom, we've diversified our holdings. Oh. That means the metal shard could have come from anything. Seems this line of questioning led to a dead end. Damn it. Is it really possible to identify where that shard came from? Do you sell your products to the Dracogen Trading Company? Yes, of course I do. Despite my misgivings with Dracogen, it would be foolish of me if I didn't do business with him. It means there are Von Sanctus products in the Arcane refinery. You're called Von Sanctus Industries. You're called Von Sanctus Industries, after all. True. The metal shard could have been from some sort of industrial tool. What are you implying, Lady Steelwind? Twinge of nervousness through the eye. Does he know something? Why would he get so defensive over a question like that? I don't know what that says. Fucking moon runes. Roberto. I think you're trying to say Roboto instead of Roberto. Roberto. Was there a Von Sanctus product in the refinery on the night of murder? She misspoke and said murder instead of accident. That is evoking a reaction. Answer the question, Von. Celeste attempts to loudly slam the tip of her cane to the ground, only to realize that her cane isn't actually real. She loses her balance and tips over a nearby vase. The vase shatters on the ground, creating quite a mess of broken shards and water. Lady Steelwind, are you okay? Celeste immediately regains her balance and tries to act as if nothing happened. Paying for that. Lord Von Sanctus completely loses his composure and recoils at the sight of the broken vase. Construct, I require your assistance. In response to Von Sanctus's call, an arcane construct walks out from a nearby closet. Construct, clean up this mess at once. Why do you look so fucking intense about that, dude? Seems very disturbed by the mess. Is he some sort of clean freak? Construct begins quickly cleaning up the shards of the broken glass. Own an arcane construct? He fucking makes them, dog. What do you mean? I do. Von Sanctus Industries is the inventor of arcane constructs, after all. You recall Celeste mentioning that earlier. Would you like one, Your Highness? My apologies. I'm not very interested in using artificery. Suit yourself. In any case, I'm afraid Lady Steelwind must be taking her leave now. What? Remember, you said that you could only accompany for 1 hour. Ah. It's close to being 1 hour, right, Lady Steelwind? Where are you? Oh, right, 1 hour. It'd definitely not be good for us to be here for more than 1 hour. Yes, this illusion only lasts an hour. In the meantime, may I discuss some personal matters with you, Lord Von Sanctus? Of course, at your disposal, Your Majesty. Raise an eyebrow at the prince. Appears that he didn't come here just to help you. But you suppose that you've gotten all the information that you need out of Von Sanctus. Time to move on to the next lead. Interesting. So now, we're gonna be losing sight of him. That was embarrassing. Yeah, that was a bit too close for comfort. Well, at least no one saw through our disguises. Ah, you an attendant here. Please notify Lord Sanctus that I... This is actually her. The real Arya Steelwind walks to the front door of the manor, just as you are about to exit. Immediately stops in her tracks upon meeting her doppelganger. Bertio. One spell, Steelwind dispels the illusions over you and Celeste. On seeing who you really are, she lets out an irritated sigh. Impersonating the Steelwind, some kind of hobby for you, Miss Coy. She looks really angry this time. No, there's a really good reason for us doing this. We guess. We wanted to interrogate Von Sanctus without him knowing who you really were. No? Lying about your name is one matter, but impersonating a noble using magic is a serious crime. Tyrion, help, please? Are you seriously going to have to defend her in court again? We try to think of a way to defuse the situation. Sorry for the wait, you two. I had to discuss... Oh. Lady Steelwind? Great, according to Aster, Steelwind despises him. Knowing that he was a part of this will just make things worse. Your Majesty? Huh? Oh, I see you've dispelled their disguises. You knew about this? Aster steps between you and Steelwind. It seems that he's trying to calm her down. Better or for worse, her attention is firmly focused on him. Terribly sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect you. No, that's not why It's really... She actually likes him. I see. They pulled this ruse under my orders. Could you please look the other way, just this once? Okay. Thank you, Lady Steelwind. I won't regret this. I'm gonna crash out. That's too good. I need to go. Well, that was certainly something. Sorry you two had to see that. What? As I said before, she absolutely detests me. You saw it, didn't you? She could barely look me in the eye. My god. In any case, We're starting to run out of time. We should head back to the refinery. But we still don't know where the metal shard came from. From what Von Sanctus told us, I don't think we can find out exactly where it came from. If each of Von Sanctus' products has that crust, it would be any number of things. But hopefully, Dracogen can help us narrow that list down. If it did come from some kind of industrial tool, he might be able to check if any of the refinery's tools are missing. Just hope he can provide you with some kind of lead. Wait, where does it want us to go? Hopefully he can help us narrow the list down. Yeah, okay. Hello again, Mr. Cuthbert. I hope you have good news. Well, actually, some time to explain to Dracogen what you found out during your investigation. You're still uncertain about the identity of the second victim. That metal shard with the Von Sanctus crust is your best lead right now. See. That said, you have any tools that you purchased from Von Sanctus Industries? I do. He personally sold me quite a few when I first arrived in the city. He even purchased the security system for the refinery building from him. Really? Did you purchase anything else from him? Well, he also tried to sell me some of those arcane constructs. Told me I could be the first person in Aranax to own such innovative technology. I turned him down. Really? It seems so useful. Don't feel comfortable trusting machines to handle the work there. Those constructs require very specific instructions, and they lack common sense. It's true, we saw how unreliable they could be during the Nightgrave case. He heavily emphasized how exclusive the steel would be for me. Looking back on it, he was probably trying to make me dependent on his services. Correct, not political. Guess you made the right choice by refusing his offer. So, yeah. Anyways, have any of the tools from Von Sanctus' Industries been reported missing? The Inquisition actually asked me the same question. So I took some time today to check my inventory. Why did the Inquisition ask him for that? Did Steelwind come to the same conclusion that you did? It was one tool that was unaccounted for. Really, what kind of tool was it? A rod of mending. A large tool that we use to repair damage on the machines. Tool for repairs. How large was it? Quite large, actually. Called a rod because it's more of a large cylindrical tool. Required 2 people to properly carry and use. Oh, okay, well. Wait, a repair tool like that would use transmutation magic, right? That's right. If the rod of mending was the thing that weakened the guardrail. Is that possible, Dracogen? So that is possible. You mention it. Recall there being a way to reverse its effects. Never even considered that the transmutation traces were left by an artificery tool. Does lift some suspicion off of Aster. Also reverse it. It's quite large. Okay. Someone could have sabotaged the rail with the rod. And they might have thrown it into the vat to cover the tracks. But it didn't completely dissolve. That would mean that they threw the rod in close to when Justin fell off the walkway. Can't be a coincidence that these two events happened so close to each other. We still have no idea who actually broke the guardrail. We didn't find a second body in the vat. We don't have evidence that proves a second victim even exists. Feel as if we have more questions than answers at the moment. We've learned a few facts about the case, though. The Inquisition has verified the traces of transmutation on the guardrail. The burden of proof is still on the prosecution to prove that Dracogen is at fault. You that Steelwind has a proper explanation for that, and counter her with the facts we've learned thus far. Just hope that the trial goes as smoothly as you're describing. Rarely ever does, but knowing that would just needlessly stress him out. Regardless, appreciate the work that you've done thus far. I'll leave things in your very capable hands. Just hope that you don't encounter any more curveballs tomorrow. Okay, I wonder if this will be it. Let's see. But I think we have all the information we're really gonna get. Court is now resumed. Let's review the proceedings from 2 days ago. First, the facts of the case seemed very straightforward. Victim Justin Wei put his weight on a poorly maintained guardrail on the refinery grounds. Said guardrail broke, causing Justin Wei to fall to his death. However, the defense presented a shocking piece of evidence in the previous proceedings. Traces of transmutation magic were found on the same broken guardrail. This new evidence implies that sabotage, if not outright foul play, played a part in the death of the victim. This evidence is also accompanied by the conflicting testimonies from witnesses. All of these elements have thrown quite some doubt on the validity of the prosecution's case. Yes, however, the prosecution maintains that Dracogen Trading Company is at fault for Justin Wei's death. Even though someone may have sabotaged the guardrails, prosecution acknowledges that that sabotage may have occurred at the scene of the accident. However, we also believe that there are several factors in this case that the court is overlooking. As we all know, several witnesses were present at the refinery at the time of the accident. The harbor master was showing a patron around the refinery. Masarika Tudor was making a food delivery and entered the building. And of course, the victim, Justin Wei, was obviously present as well. Each and every one of these people had no business being in the refinery that night. In the case of the harbor master and his patron, it could be hardly reasonable for anyone to stop them. So anyone would stand in the way of the Crown Prince. That may be, but Justin Wei worked in the freight division and should not have been at that scene. I've already verified this with my client. The victim was not authorized to be in the refinery building. Who stopped Justin Wei from entering the area unauthorized? Isn't it the defendant's duty to prevent such individuals from entering the building? My client can't be held responsible for Justin's breach of the set of protocols. You surely can't hold my client responsible for someone sabotaging the guardrail. This so-called sabotage is only theoretical until a proper culprit is found. Might be compelled to agree with you, Ms. Steelwind. After all, there's no hard evidence that proves the traces of transmutation were left by a specific spell. What kind of mental gymnastics is that? Every part of the guardrail that had traces on it has... Okay, every part of the guardrail that has had traces on it was rusted. Depending the context of what happened to suit their purposes. Hard evidence means everything here. The rod of mending has been reduced to shards in the vat. Without the complete rod, you can't prove that someone used it to sabotage the guardrail. Regardless, is it not the responsibility of the Dracogen Trading Company to ensure that its employees do not wander into restricted areas? Blaming a potential saboteur puts the cart before the horse. Oh my god, can I speak? It doesn't just stop with Justin Wei either. Why was Masarika Tudor able to enter the building? She doesn't even work for the refinery, yet she was able to waltz in the building without any trouble. Actually, Steelwind does have a point about Rika. Shouldn't something have stopped her from entering that area? We doubt that Dracogen would show that kind of negligence. If that's true, I believe that we should hear Ms. Tudor directly. Let's hear how easily she gained access to the refinery on the day of the accident. I've already anticipated that. Masarika Tudor is prepared and ready to testify. Very well then. Bailiff, please escort Ms. Tudor to the stand. Ms. Tudor, are you aware of why you've been called here today? Yeah, I heard everything from the gallery. Then you'll have no problem answering the following question. Did you encounter resistance when you entered the refinery that night of the accident? Witness, may I remind you that you are under oath to tell the court everything that you know. Failure to do so is a crime. No, no one tried to stop me. Sorry, Tyrion. You have nothing to apologize for, witness. The only one at fault is Dracogen Trading Company and their negligence. Hey, that's... For the record, please testify in detail about how you entered the refinery that day, Ms. Tudor. That day, I was looking for Justin in the freight area, but I couldn't find him. I decided to look for him in the refinery's main building. There was some kind of magical door leading into it, but it was unlocked. It really stopped me from entering the refinery building. As the court can clearly see, there were no safeguards preventing the witness from entering that restricted area. The witness clearly stated that there was a magical door leading to the building. This was obviously some sort of security door powered by artificery, which was still unlocked and effectively useless. There must be a way to prove that the unlocked door wasn't Dracogen's fault. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Where was...
Objection!
Oh, is it not just gonna... Okay. By magical door, do you mean that it was the door powered by artificery? Yeah, I have a door like that in my restaurant too. This one looked a lot more complex. Why would you or Dracogen need magical doors anyway? You know, the one in my cafe magically locks the shop when I close it for the day. Guess the door to the refinery building was for the same thing. That means that there was a mechanism to keep out unauthorized personnel. It was effectively useless. The witness entered the refinery and encountered zero resistance. Furthermore, the Inquisition has already logged the specs for the door. Okay. The door could be physically prevented from closing, but this would trigger an alarm. Magical keys can be used to unlock the door for 5 seconds. After these 5 seconds, the lock closes the door. Lock can only be disabled by Dracogen. Okay, this kind of weird. Did you use a key to unlock the door? No, I didn't. As you can see from this report, Stepanik Dracogen was the only person capable of disabling the lock. Mr. Dracogen kept the door unlocked during work hours. This means that it's entirely Dracogen's fault that the victim gained access to the building in the first place. Wait, that's not what I meant to... That is what you implied. Unless you can prove that another person disabled that door. Can't refute that statement yet. But you might be able to work with this new information. Regardless, please add that last statement to your testimony, witness.
Objection!
There we go. Ms. Steelwind, you claim that my client expressed negligence by disabling the door. This is the reason why the security door was unlocked, and why the current witness was able to enter the building. That's correct. Your client's negligence allowed unauthorized persons like Justin Wei to gain access to the building. And regardless of any sabotage, Justin Wei died because he was in said unauthorized area. And what if I told you that another person may have disabled the door? Not because of laziness, but for more nefarious purposes. What are you talking about? If you recall, the witness entered the refinery building and spotted Justin Wei afterwards. This means that Justin Wei entered the building before her. That begs the question, how did Justin Wei enter the building? The answer is obvious. He entered the same way the witness did, through the unlocked door. Not quite, Mrs. Steelwind. Since this trial began, We still haven't answered why Justin Way entered the refinery building in the first place. He entered the refinery building with the intent of robbing my client's personal safe. I already told you, Tyrion, you would never do something like that. I feel a little guilty about insulting a dead man's name like this, but it's the only possibility that makes sense. Sorry, Rika. There are things about Justin that even you didn't know about. The truth is that he was deeply in debt to a crime lord named the Eye Taker. He was extremely desperate to wipe that debt as soon as he could. Crime lord? I won't ask how you came across this information, Mr. Cuthbert. But what does this have to do with the disabled magical lock? Miss Steelman. Justin owned a set of tools that he used for picking mundane and magical locks. The safe that he was planning to rob was located in my client's office within the refinery building. We have witnesses who saw Justin retrieve those tools shortly before the night of the accident. He clearly had a plan to disable any locks that stood between him and that safe. This means that it's entirely possible that Justin disabled the locked refinery door illegally. We're not actually going to bring them in, are we? Yeah, I'm kind of bluffing right now. Basically assaulted one of them. We both assaulted him, Tyrion. She says that as if it absolves her of any guilt. Hold on a minute. You can't just accuse him like that when he can't defend himself. Sorry, Rika, but his delinquent friends told me about his plan. He didn't want to rob Dracogen, but he needed the gold to wipe away his debt. Justin wasn't the one that disabled the lock. That would only leave Dracogen. There has to be an explanation where neither of them is guilty. Definitely believes in Justin. The scenario where both Justin and Dracogen are innocent is too optimistic, if not impossible. But it's not as if you are entirely certain of what actually happened that day either. Alright, Rico. You knew Justin better than I did. Let's assume that you are correct. Neither Justin nor Dracogen disabled the locks that day. How did either of you enter the refinery then? Well, someone must have disabled it before then. Wait, let me think through this. Okay, dude. Plenty of people could have disabled the locks. Maybe one of the employees got lazy and forcefully broke it. There's also that nobleman who was with Mr. Morrison. He's a mage and could have used magic to do it. Could have also been one of the maintenance constructs. I saw one working on the machines. Maybe one of them broke the lock. Oh, anime titty. Day fixed. She is innocent. Literally just a witness. She's fine. She didn't do anything. Barely even begin to point out all the issues with your theories, Ms. Tudor. If you recall, the entrance lock can only be disabled by Stephanic Dracogen. Even Mr. Cuthbert's theory makes more sense than your list of suspects. The idea of this case is actually, fucking nobleman is trying to union bust and set up a workplace accident. She's right. Doesn't matter how many suspects she presents, none of them had the credentials to disable the lock. So why do you feel like there is something else wrong with her testimony? Defense would still like to exercise the right to cross-examine the witness. What a waste of time. While the court agrees with Ms. Steelman, we also recognize Mr. Cuthbert's right to cross-examination. However, I will not allow the defense to waste the court's time. Nothing substantial is gained from your cross-examination. I will not hesitate to end this early. Understood, Your Honor. That's wrong. Maybe one of the employees got lazy and forcibly broke it. The nobleman who was with Mr. Morrison, he's a mage. This is important. Saw one working on the machines. Maintenance construct. You know. Oh wait, I guess this is not it. We have to actually probably present that he doesn't have one. You know, those magically animated suits of armor. She must have seen an arcane construct while she was exploring the refinery. And constructs only perform the actions that they're ordered to do. And a construct at the arcane refinery would only take orders from their administrator, Stefanik Dracogen, unless you want to imply that Stefanik Dracogen ordered the construct to break the lock. I remind the prosecution that constructs are prone to error and misinterpretation of their orders. Perhaps this construct accidentally broke the lock while carrying out its usual orders. The Inquisition found no evidence of physical tampering on the lock, and even if they had, the security system would have been alerted the moment this happened. A lot of contradicting statements to work with this time. You'd find a contradiction that's not so readily apparent. One that's not apparent. There's another contradiction in her testimony. Not sure, but I can't help but to feel she said something that doesn't fit. Here? Yeah.
Objection!
That can't be right, can it? Rika, you said that you saw a maintenance construct inside the refinery building. Are you sure there was an arcane construct? Yeah. I've been keeping an eye on them in the Von Sanctus catalogs. But they're not available to the public yet. When you saw this arcane construct, what was it doing? I'm not exactly sure. But it looked like it was doing maintenance on the machines. Maintenance on the machines. But it shouldn't have been there in the first place. What was it doing there? More importantly, who sent it there? Where are you going with this, Mr. Cuthbert? As I've said before, an arcane construct owned by the defendant wouldn't have been able to disable the lock. I agree. A construct owned by my client wouldn't have done that. But arcane constructs are extremely rare and not available to the general public yet. Furthermore, they are only produced and sold by Von Sanctus Industries. Lloyd Von Sanctus personally sold several products to the Dracogen Trading Company. However, when offered the opportunity to purchase his arcane constructs, my client turned him down. What? My client disliked the construct's flawed intelligence. He didn't want them working in his refinery. He turned down Lord Von Sanctus's offer in favor of utilizing human labor. Wait, then why did I see a construct there? Exactly. My client did not own any constructs. Why did the witness see one there? Or to phrase this question differently, who sent that construct there? Who? Would anyone send an arcane construct into a refinery? First, let's consider the rarity of arcane constructs. They are highly experimental and not available to the public yet. With all of these elements in mind, only one person in the city of Aranox could have done this. Wait, you can't possibly mean... I do, Miss Steelman. You individuals had access to an arcane construct. Even fewer had the ability to disable the locked door without alerting the security system. Wait, is it trying to imply that... Hang on. It's that second phrase makes it almost sound like it's insinuating that it would have been Stefanik Dracogen, because it says he's the only one that can disable it. But I think the idea is that it's this fucking guy. Only one individual could have done everything I described. Okay, how can you say that he could do that? Because he's the nobleman? Does he just have the right to do that? I mean, that's very possible. Lloyd Von Sanctus, the noble lord of Aranox. Can't be serious. You're accusing Lord Von Sanctus of illegally sending a construct into the Arcane refinery. possible reason would he have to do that? When Rika saw the construct, she said that it was working on the machines. That construct was sent by Von Sanctus and actually worked for Dracogen. Wait, could that mean? Rika, when you saw that construct in the refinery, was it carrying anything? Yeah, actually. Carrying a large cylindrical machine. It looked pretty heavy. Wow, that's crazy. Like it would normally need to be held by 2 people? Yeah, how did you know? All makes sense now. Von Sanctus has been far too aggressive in pushing these charges. It wasn't because he was desperate to get rid of Dracogen. It was because he needed to cover up what actually happened. Mr. Cuthbert, where are you going with this? You see, Your Honor, the tool that the witness saw this construct carrying wasn't just any tool. It was a rod of mending, an artificery tool that channels transmutation magic. Transmutation magic, as in magic that could be used to weaken and sabotage parts of the refinery. Are you seriously accusing? Your Honor, Lloyd Von Sanctus sent a construct into the Arcane refinery to sabotage it. In other words, Lloyd Von Sanctus is responsible for that guardrail breaking. I think that's enough out of you, you upstart commoner. Judge really needs to stop these guys from just barging into the stand. To be fair, who's going to stop a noble from a pillar family? Had enough of these blatant accusations. If you want to sling mud at my name, you will do it to me directly. Lord Von Sanctus, I would highly advise against doing this. Please, do you think I'm like that fool Pierce? The defense's theory is laughable, and I have several pieces of evidence that can easily prove my innocence, he says while being scared. He has a good poker face. The eye is telling you that he's a little desperate. Very well. The defense wishes to accuse you. I see no harm in allowing you to defend yourself. The court would very much like to hear your testimony on the matter. It is possible to order a construct to complete a complex list of tasks, but doing so is ill-advised. I'm sure you observed this with the Nightgrave trial. Constructs are extremely prone to error when completing a long list of tasks. According to the defense, saboteurs stole a rod of mending and used it to sabotage very specific sections of the refinery. Would never trust a construct to discreetly complete such an intricate set of tasks unsupervised. Or you ask, I was miles away from the refinery at the time of the accident. I had several associates who can confirm this alibi. Therefore, I had no way of observing this construct from afar, nor did I have any way to communicate with it. That actually makes a lot of sense. The Nightgrave trial revealed the risks of ordering a construct to commit a crime. Nevertheless, Rika saw a construct at the refinery that day. That's indisputable. He definitely gave the construct a complex list of tasks to sabotage the refinery, and that raises one question. How did he account for the construct's error-prone logic? Abjuration? What the fuck does that mean? What kind of magic is that? What if the construct wasn't actually active? You could have had one of your servants don the construct as a disguise. That sounds really fucking stupid. It's extremely dangerous to wear the construct like a suit of armor. It almost always ends in severe injury and death in the worst case. Furthermore, the supposed construct would have needed to carry and use a rod of mending. I have many capable servants, but none of them have superhuman strength. Theory only makes sense if the construct was the only one carrying the rod. This argument makes a lot of sense Actually, he wouldn't trust a construct to sabotage the refinery alone, especially if there was such a big risk of getting caught. But regardless of what he says, Rika did see a construct. Miles away from the refinery at the time.
Objection!
On Sanctus, you testified that there was no way for you to observe and communicate with Construct. Am I correct? Yes, I was at that meeting with Steelwind for that entire day. Anyone there could testify to that fact. Not disputing your so-called alibi, it is not as airtight as you might think. What are you talking about? I was there at that meeting, Mr. Cuthbert. Lord Von Sanctus may have been absent in mind, but he was there physically. Nice. Absent in mind, so his attention wasn't focused on the meeting, which means that his attention was somewhere else. Suppose you're correct, Mrs. Steelwind. I still have one question for you, Lord Von Sanctus. And what would that be? Are you able to cast the Send Message spell? What? Ms. Steelwind, your client may have been physically at the meeting, but his attention was somewhere else, wasn't it? He could have used a combination of spells to view the construct during the meeting, and he could have used the Send Message spell to communicate with it over the large distance. If my claim is truly false, your client should have no trouble disproving it with the spell compendium. Von Sanctus. You appear to be hesitating, Von Sanctus, and I assume that you do know how to cast the Send Message. If so, that would punch a gigantic hole in your alibi. Steelwind, you were there, weren't you? My attention was fully there. I need her to cover for me. The idea that I was communicating with a construct is absurd. Afraid that I can't say that, Lord Von Sanctus. Steelwind, I did find it odd. Your attention appeared to be elsewhere, despite the gravity of our discussion, and I seem to recall you speaking under your breath the entire time. I always just assumed that you were muttering obscenities. But Mr. Cuthbert's explanation does seem possible. What are you saying? Aren't you obligated to defend me? I'm obligated to present you to the best of my ability. I am not obligated to forge your alibi for you. You little... Lord Von Sanctus, I'm afraid the court needs an answer. Are you able to cast Send Message spell? Fine. I'll admit it, okay? I am able to cast Send Message. But that still doesn't prove anything. His voice betrays a hint of desperation. You have him right where you want him. Now is your opportunity to deal the final blow. So why do you feel so uneasy? Still two details that don't sit well with you. I looked to see what it was. Saw he had tumbled over the guardrail. Rika saw Justin fall over the guardrail, even though Von Sanctus sabotaged it. Well, I think there's only one possible name. Okay, so then this is... The second person that fell into the vat is still unaccounted for. Luckily, you didn't need to prove that the second person existed. Not having an explanation for Aster and Morrissey's testimony still irks you. However, even if it's not a clean ending, there's only one way forward, and that's revealing Von Sanctus for the petty saboteur that he is. Why did you hesitate so long to answer my question, Von Sanctus? You know very well why I hesitated. Why would I willingly give you evidence? You clearly intend to use it against me. Regardless, this entirely disproves your alibi. You could have communicated with your construct at the meeting.
that logic, I could be the mastermind behind every crime that occurs in Aranax. Someone else could have sent that construct, may have had the means to commit this crime. There are plenty of other individuals that could have sent an arcane construct. That's just an outright lie. What do you mean? Where is this though? Is it here? Product is not available to anyone else. Sure. You, of all people, should know that the arcane constructs are not available to the public. When you attempted to sell these constructs to Dracogen, you promised him that he would be the very first merchant in Aranax that would own one. Since you refused your offer, that would leave you as the only owner of arcane constructs in Aranax. Well, I admit I may have not been that truthful when I made my sales pitch. You're saying that you lied to my client? Please, your good businessman knows how to embellish the truth when making a sale. Sold constructs to other individuals. Truth is that I've sold these constructs to plenty of other individuals in Aranax. Dangerous to sell it to any. If only. It would be too dangerous to sell it to anyone else. Frankly, Von Sanctus, I find that hard to believe. After the Nightgrave trial, you must have been a lot more fearful about who you sold your constructs to. You only tried to sell your constructs to Dracogen so you could control him. You wouldn't have done that otherwise. Is that so? Then why don't you prove it? No, Von Sanctus, why don't you prove your statement? Show us any invoice that proves that you made a sale to someone in Aranax. Well, who says that the saboteur lived in Aranax when I made the sale? Serious? Aranax is a trading hub. Plenty of people come and go from the city. Could be someone who secretly entered Aranax. Ah, okay. Any one of my customers could have secretly entered the city to carry out the sabotage. Von Sanctus. You might have been right under any other circumstance, but the Kingsguard locked down the city on the day that accident occurred. No one except this for a select few individuals that have left or entered the city. Due to the gravity of the situation, the Kingsguard created profiles of everyone within the city. I'll cross-reference the records taken by Kingsguard with a list of individuals who you've sold your constructs to. But I suppose, from your reaction, that list would come up empty. So why don't you admit to your crimes, Von Sanctus? Or do I have to drag the evidence into court myself? Drag the evidence into court? Of course, how could I forget? Why don't you go ahead and do that, Mr. Cuthbert? Bring in your so-called evidence. Know where this confidence is coming from, and easily detect traces of divination and transmutation on the constructs you own. Assuming that the construct still exists, that is. Wait, that's right. If you used a construct to commit a crime like this, would have definitely disposed of it by now, even within the blockade. Aranax is a gigantic city. With his resources, he could have hidden anywhere. Oh, we're gonna pretend that we don't know where it is. Okay, I see. It would be a needle hidden within a town of haystacks. Still have the testimony of Wasarika Tudor. I'm sure many other people saw that construct walking around the refinery. Common folk can hardly be trusted to recognize complex artificery. About the actual construct, all you have are several unreliable witnesses. Tell me, Lady Steelwind, can I be convicted of such a serious charge with such evidence? No, I suppose not. Damn it. Is he seriously going to get away with this? No. You still have one card up your sleeve. If you just find out where he disposed of the evidence, you might be able to direct the Inquisition there. Come on, focus on his thoughts, Tyrion. Activate the Empowered Eye. Your undignified glaring will do you no favors. What? Why isn't it working? The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion. That's twice now that you use the empowered eye to get out of a corner. You keep relying on that one trick, you'll never grow as an attorney. Yeah. Not gonna work on him, or whatever. Ms. Tomorrow is right. You've been relying on the empowered eye too much. From your silence, I assume that you have no way to review my claim. I suppose that makes it checkmate, you upstart commoner. Honestly, I can't believe you'd resort to accusing me of manslaughter. What a crass and underhanded tactic. I suppose I wouldn't expect anything less from a charlatan like you. Damn it. What the hell are you doing? What? The look on your face, are you seriously giving up? Seen you get out of plenty of situations like this, so why are you giving up this time? Sorry, Celeste, but I can't use my usual strategies. No way to find evidence that we need. Seriously? Always a way, Tyrion. If your usual strategies aren't working, then you just need to do something different. She's right. You don't need to see directly into his mind to utilize your skills as an attorney. May not be able to rely on the Eye of Horus this time. Always been able to rely on deductive reasoning. Well, seems that you have no further questions for me. Clearly don't have a shred of physical evidence to support your claims. I think I'll be taking my leave. I'm not quite done with you yet, Von Sanctus. Honestly, your desperation is almost pitiful. You should really learn to lose some dignity, Mr. Cuthbert. It's the last person you want to hear that from. Calm your mind and focus. You may not be able to read Von Sanctus's mind in the literal sense, but you can still extrapolate his plan and his actions. Let's explore my theory a little more and see for ourselves if there's no physical evidence. If you wanted to use a construct, you would have needed to maintain constant communication. So to prove that this communication occurred, we would need something that connects you to it. A piece of evidence would connect the murder of Von Sanctus. Arcane constructs probably don't count as people for the purposes of that spell. Oh. Okay. Sure. An arcane construct isn't a person, so you must have used an object attuned to your magic to communicate with it. Ms. Steelwind, if we were able to find that object, that tie your client to the sabotage. Hypothetically, yes. The Inquisition has divination magic, and they can use it to detect if an object is attuned to a specific mage. Good luck finding such evidence. If I did perform these acts, remains could be anywhere in Aranax. Not so sure about that, Von Sanctus. Let's look at the things from your perspective. Why would you do the things that you did that day? Knowing that will point us to where you ultimately hid the construct. Your intention was to sabotage the refinery without anyone finding out what you did. So how would you dispose of the construct and the attuned item? You needed to hide and or destroy it so that no one would ever be able to find it. Wait, destroy? Use the vat of volatile liquid. Suppose that makes sense. You found the remnants of the rod of mending in there too. That wouldn't mean that the object is fully dissolved. Wouldn't that mean that the object is fully dissolved? Exactly. There would be no physical evidence for you to find. It's not necessarily true. You threw the rod of mending into the vat, and that didn't fully dissolve. What? The workers neutralized the liquid immediately after Justin fell into the vat. What? Neutralizing that liquid would have rendered the unsalvageable rendered it unsalvageable and useless. Doing that would have cost Dracogen a small fortune. I love it. Unlike you, Von Sanctus, my client values the lives of his workers over his profits. And because of that, the Inquisition was able to find pieces of bone matter and metal within the vat. Wait, the rod didn't fully dissolve. This means that it was thrown into the vat around the same time that Justin fell into it. You wouldn't have thrown the rod into the vat until after you were done with your sabotage. And if you wanted to destroy the rod, you would have destroyed all of the evidence that you need to get rid of. A piece of evidence would Von Sanctus also dispose of, or anything else that Von Sanctus would have wanted to get rid of. You would have also destroyed the arcane construct itself. It's ridiculous. Lady Steelwind, why aren't you? Told you before, didn't I? I will defend you to the best of my ability. I will not fabricate an alibi for you. You must have ordered the construct to throw itself into the vat to hide any traces of your sabotage. Machine, resembling a human, threw itself into the vat. This means that anyone looking at the walkway would have seen this. That's it. The arcane construct was the second person that Aster and Morrison saw fall into the vat. That's why they didn't find any organic matter from anyone other than Justin in there. The second body that Aster and Morrison saw was actually an arcane construct. Are you? Wait, Rika was sure that she saw Justin fall off the walkway. After she notified Aster and Morrison, they saw the construct break the guardrail and fall into the vat. Wouldn't that mean that the construct disposed of itself after Justin Wave fell off the walkway? Why would you order it to do that? Because it never happened. Your logic is flawed. He's stressed out. Maybe you should try using the Empowered Eye now. No, you don't need it this time. So close to figuring this out, you can feel it. So, think. If he was observing the construct using magic, he must have seen Justin fall, and for some reason, he reacted by sabotaging the guardrail. Why would he ignore seeing that happen? Nah, exactly. Why did Von Sanctus sabotage the guardrail? As he did all of this because he saw Justin fall. It's because you wanted it to look like an accident. Which means that it wasn't actually an accident. Oh, now you're accusing me of intentionally murdering the victim. Why would I ever do that? You said it yourself. My goal was sabotage. Committing murder would have brought unnecessary attention to what I'd done. Those constructs do have a habit of shoving people that are in their way. What if the construct pushed Justin out of the way, causing him to fall over the edge of the guardrail? He's figuring out everything that happened from just a few clues. I didn't see you there. It was just walk past him. What? Hey, watch it. Quit shoving me. Wait, whoa. Holy crap, pull me up. Can't hold on for much longer. You idiot, what are you doing? Grab his arm and pull him up. That was... okay, what are you doing? Rope is too tight, stop that. Wait, I can still... and that's it. Right, yeah, okay. It may have been unintentional, but either way, you would have been at fault for Justin's death, not my client. And if the construct fell in after Justin, your attuned object must be somewhere in the neutralized liquid. No, it's even better than that. Constructs are made from a specific magic alloy, aren't they? I'm sure with a few divination spells we can identify mineral shards from the construct and your arcane focus. Each and every one of those pieces of evidence points directly at you, Von Sanctus. Petulant little upstart. That's checkmate, Von Sanctus. Why don't you save us all a little time, Von Sanctus? Admit to what you did. And while you're at it, drop your false allegations against my client. I have nothing to admit, nor do I have anything to apologize for. Of course not. You're completely blameless, right? Do you think you've achieved victory here today? No. Dissidents like you and Dracogen are absolutely deluded. Each and every breath you take only throws a Wyvern Guard further into chaos. You talk about these commoners as if they have even a fraction of the power that you have. Lady Steelwind, you need to see reason. They lack awareness of the power they truly have. These people have infected you and His Majesty with these idealistic delusions. I implore both of you to see reality for what it is. No, Van Sanctus. The true reality is that people like you become threatened when we challenge your power. You all speak about the rights of the individual. You speak as if each and every one of you would stab each other in the back the moment that it benefited yourselves. You may hate the nobility. You may curse, scream, and blame us for all your little problems. The truth is that you need us. You need us to direct and lead you. You need us to maintain the fragile order that holds your peaceful little lives together. Talk about protecting the common folk from themselves. The truth is that your actions led to the death of an innocent man. That is the only truth that matters. The defense has no further questions for the witness. He is dismissed. Very well. We did it again, Tyrion. We even caught another murderer in the process. Yeah, we couldn't get the case officially dismissed today, but it's pretty much inevitable that with the evidence that we brought in today. Actually, it probably won't even reach that point. I've advised Lord Von Sanctus to drop the suit entirely. Word has already spread regarding the evidence that you brought forward. At this point, prolonging the trial would just harm his public image even more. That's great. Now you can build a case against him for Justin's death. About that, I'll probably be forced to rescue myself from any charges brought against him. What? Why? Because you represented him in the suit, isn't it? It'd be considered a conflict of interest to prosecute him yourself, even though you're probably the only prosecutor that would convict him successfully. Correct. As the head of one of the Pillar families, he has the justice system dancing in the palm of his hand. He will definitely be quietly and swiftly acquitted. I would have never agreed to represent him if I had known about this. I'm truly sorry. Damn it, he must have had this planned all along. No, is he seriously going to get away with all this? He's so sure about that. Dracogen. He may be acquitted in the legal sense, but the court of public opinion is a different thing entirely. What do you mean? You brought forward a myriad of evidence against him, and I'm sure everyone in the gallery saw it too. Von Sanctus' power relies on his public image, and you quite handily tore down that facade. He may walk free, but his power and ideals have taken a great blow. Is that seriously all we can do? His actions and recklessness resulted in the death of Justin Way. He should be punished within the letter of the law. You're not wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. Sometimes we must take the victories that we can get. She's probably right. There's still one thing that's nagging at me. What's that? Why was your safe unlocked if nothing was stolen? If Justin had gotten into your safe, he would have taken your gold with him. It wouldn't still be there. Considering that nothing is missing, I'd rather leave it at that. Really? Justin was a good man. I'd rather not taint anyone's memory of him, especially Masarika's. Right. She was pretty upset about your accusations. Nothing was taken, so no harm was done in that regard. I suppose so. But I can't help but wonder what actually happened. Shit, it's the Eye Man. Just makes no damn sense to me. They could successfully rob the guy days ago. No one saw him. No one even suspected him. Then he breaks into the place again. Also, he could put back the stolen gold? Does it make any sense to you, Eris? Perhaps he felt remorse for his actions, Father. That's her dad? Not everyone can betray the people they love so easily. And if that's true, I feel like there's a sense of tragic beauty to it all. If he had never tried to do the right thing, he would have never encountered the construct in the first place. He would have paid his debt, and he would still have his life. True what they say. No good deed goes unpunished. The shame about the gold, though. I think we've more than made the profit today. Really. I, for one, am happy to have claimed a boatload of teeths today. Interesting. Now we get to go to the fourth pillar of the house. We're going to... Okay, so check it out. Is it tithes? Tithes. Every case so far has been a different house. This was House Pierce, or like a different house involved. This one involved the Fregas. This one's Von Sanctus, but this is gonna be the Fregas again, I think. But does that mean the last one will be the Steelwinds? Because I was thinking this is gonna be like the fucking king. So it could be the Fregas and the Steelwinds. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I knew it was a tax. Well, I wouldn't have said tax. I guess, I don't know. I know that's what they take at church. Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. Might be the royal family. Yeah, that looks like, that's what I thought too. I'm like, that looks like the king. We've experienced the world through his eyes and fought for justice through his soul. But this time, why don't we start from the perspective of another? Okay, and this one might be through the eyes of Lady Sealwind. Pog? I might be pogging. No, never mind. It's fucking... We're hag-maxing. Can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's becoming more and more reckless with each passing year. Wish Frey was still alive, she would know what to do. I mean, it looks so effortless. And he loved her. Would he have listened to her if she was still here? Yeah, okay, so this is Freyga. Is something the matter, Timora? No, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial is about to begin. Don't doubt your abilities, but I'd still appreciate if you remained focused. All of our futures are at stake, after all. Of course, Miss Freyga. Freelancer. Okay. Beatrice takes in a deep breath before she claps her hands together. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just the ritual that I use to calm myself. Right. I'd almost forgotten about that. But more importantly, what are you doing here? My father sent me to guide Beatrice through the courthouse. The new environment for her. We were both worried about her condition. I can't believe you were the boss's daughter this entire time. Why didn't you say anything at the academy? Oh? Knowing my true identity would have caused friction with your son, wouldn't it? It's not my... Anyway, I suppose I understand why you stayed quiet. But I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this. Oh, speak of the devil. You spot Cuthbert and McCoy walking into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. McCoy spots you and gives you a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently into the courtroom. Parental troubles. We had an argument earlier. Nothing to worry about. Say so. You are wary about what he saw in Beatrice's mind, though. He's always been a good kid, but his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment sometimes. You just hope that he's not planning to do anything reckless. The trial is about to begin. Do you really have the time to be making small talk here? Prosecutor Steelwind approaches the three of you. But she appears to be accompanied by someone else. Nightgrave, is that you? What are you doing here? Well, He's accompanying me as my aide for this case. I see. So I assume you'll be prosecuting? Of course. I'd never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby Tamora. Really, if I recall correctly, you haven't even beaten Tyrion once so far. Look, Miss Steelwind, don't strain yourself. That look for, Beatrice. You must look surprised to see me here. Considering the circumstances, I thought you might rescue. I think that's supposed to say rescue, but recuse yourself. I'm more than capable of being objective. Maybe not. Especially for a case of this much importance. Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Ms. Steelwind, please calm down. Oh, how I love a good reunion. Abstain. Okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Ms. Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Steelwind. Of course. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Defense is also ready, Your Honor. Something seems off about her today. Is her personal attachment to this case distracting her? Very well. Let's begin. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frege is the formerly missing daughter of the now late William Frege. And the victim of the murders the victim of the murder is William Frege himself. Yes, I'm well aware of that. People of Wyverngard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frege's head. Please, the only people mourning him are the banking house's shareholders. But anyways, you also say that the defendant is accused of grand theft. Yes, Your Honor. Crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frege Manor yesterday evening. The Heraldston Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor. My voice is starting to fray. They were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Wyverngard Historical Society. One of these items was the Sword of Spell Eating. Interesting. Magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects. God damn. Ancient artifacts. When wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to all harmful magical effects. Legends say that it was forged through a blood contract between a mage and a demon. Interesting. We, the prosecution, believe that the defendant stole this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study. Breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using the letter opener. He died of blood loss shortly after. At 3:12 a.m., cause of death, blood loss, slashed open, carotid arteries were severed. The death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. Several scratch marks on face and back. Traces of illusion magic also found in body. Okay. See, but what possible motive would the defendant have to murder her own father? William Frege and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned and fled her home into hiding and did not contact any of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago. My client left the Frege household because of her toxic relationship with her father. Get this fucking stance. Oh, now it's back. Like, why are her hands below the table now? She wanted to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. Won't disagree with your claims. That just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. Can't possibly understand why they would schedule this meeting during the Lord's Ball, but nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night. And these same witnesses saw and storming out of her father's study in anger. Father must have refused her request for gold, so she decided to murder him and claim his inheritance. Luckily, we prepared for this in advance. Yes, playing right into our hands. As per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed by Miriam Frege in court. Okay. In retaliation, he gave. Oh, okay. William Frege told Miriam Frege that he would remove Beatrice from his will. As a result, she wouldn't receive any inheritance after his death. What you're seeing is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence or testimony that confirms what they spoke about. Yes, I'm well aware that you and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during that meeting. But as long as you both stay silent, my claims are plausible. Be honest, Steelwind. Do you seriously think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition? Condition? What do you mean by that, Miss Tamora? I mean, is she blind? Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court about my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frege is considered legally disabled. However, legally disabled? That's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client isn't just legally disabled. She's completely blind. Completely blind? Is this true? We have several medical documents and testimony from several chirurgeons attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything. Beatrice's blindness, added to notes. Completely blind, unable to see anything through her eyes. Verified. Okay. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? You expect me to believe that a blind woman performed any of the acts that you're accusing her of. But you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. The court would just let me elaborate. Steelwind, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a magically secured display case. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. And the second charge is first-degree murder. The client would have needed to use the sword of spell eating on the lock leading to the victim's study. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor? I do agree with you, Miss Tamora. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest. This is just awful. The Steelwinds are clearly just attacking the Freges now that their head is deceased.
Objection!
Enough. Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case. Nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. Until you have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment. Very well, Miss Steelwind. I suppose you have a point. Guess the young lady has some claws after all. It doesn't matter. Their case against Beatrice is questionable at best. Frankly, it's surprising that Steelwind even went through with this. Only a matter of time before the judge sees things your way. To begin with, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Right. We didn't want to cause panic after the sword was stolen, so we activated the manor's silent security system. Hide medieval gumshoe. Yeah. He's back. Poor guy. Silent security system. It put an anti-magic field over the entire manor. We did a search of the house and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. didn't look like she was going to run, and the Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night, so he had already locked himself inside his study. An hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. The lock was still engaged, and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the Sword of Spell Eating. We have testimonies that say the defendant was seriously in debt. She must have murdered the victim to get a part of his inheritance. Okay, well this one's simple enough. Their case against Beatrice is just as you predicted. You already have a countermeasure to disprove the evidence of any motive. All you have to do is present that to the court. Is that the only thing we have? Oh, yeah, I guess. I have a bunch of profiles. Anyway.
Objection.
Oh. Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes. The prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them. What do you mean, Ms. Tamura? Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. The client would have had much to gain through her father's inheritance. That may be, but that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all. What? Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Frege was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think that he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disappointed him so egregiously? No. He'd do anything in his power to make sure she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this. The moment she slams her cane down, you notice the prosecutor wince a little. She quickly hides it and regains her composure. Interesting. On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murder deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. Yet this only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly, lest her father submit the changed will. Afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Frege didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witnessed testimony from Miriam Frege, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client shortly after she fled the household. She never brought that up during questioning. Perhaps she's not as amicable to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves? What are you planning, Miss Tamura? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, it's clear we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Ms. Miriam Frege to the stand. Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. You didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. If I can recall correctly, you also were tight-lipped during the questioning this morning. Are you staying quiet for your sister's sake? The witness just lost her father, and hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to the case. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows, maybe I just have a way with people. Regardless, I suppose you have a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt, for now. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Of course. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. Okay, so she has another sister? Told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frigate estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This game, it makes the Among Us noise. You know, I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear it. It's the yeah, the little bloop noise. I know. This all happened 5 years ago. And are you sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yes. I mean, now I can remember everything clearly. See. Her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason. And Life was there with you at this meeting? Can you just give me normal fucking names? Yes, she was. However, Lev couldn't possibly have been there. Her words are getting more slurred. You also notice that her balance is slightly swaying. Are you okay? Of course, Here she goes. By the Scaled Lord. Is that blood? Blood. Bailiff. Find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Escort them to the courtroom immediately. Is she accompanied by fucking Wallace? Some scrambling. A couple of healers are able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. In all the chaos, you caught a glimpse of her. Her deep wounds and blood on several parts of her body. You must have used some kind of illusion to hide them. Her disguise is completely dissipated now. What? Before Steelwind is taken out of the courtroom, you catch her whispering something in Nightgrave's ear. See a look of confusion from him. He nods and makes his way to the witness stand. Not before passing a message on to the bailiff, who seems equally confused. Just what the hell is going on? Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why was Miss Steelwind so gravely injured? Sorry, but I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her healer. Her healer? The truth is, Miss Steelwind was violently attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyways. I owed her a favor, and she asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial. Scaled Lord, why didn't she just recuse herself? She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, you would have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up to prosecute because no one else would. She did it all, despite the risk to her life. It almost makes you respect her a little. Almost. Anyways, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor? Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death. Ms. Tamora, Miss Steelwind has been gravely injured. You're still only concerned about... The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client. Even so, I cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor. How long do you think that will take, Your Honor? It's almost been 12 hours since the murder took place. I give this what, 36 hours? After that, every magical trace at the crime scene will fully disappear. There might be someone. If Steelwind had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk and now she has to pay the price. Do you agree, Your Honor? I'm not exactly proud of winning this way. This is what it takes to win, and you won't let an opportunity like this pass you by. You're just clearly unhappy with this turn of events. But it's out of his hands now. Well, due to today's unprecedented events, I suppose I have no choice. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Steelwind's place. We will take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict. Interesting.
Objection!
Oh? Is he gonna prosecute? Holy. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frega's testimony. It looks like things aren't going to be as simple as you expected. Interesting, interesting. The night before. Just so out of place here. Despite your clear hatred for the nobility, you found yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. Rogue lawyer, yes. You hardly recognize anyone, but many of the people here clearly recognize you. You're used to receiving dirty looks from the upper class, but you can literally feel everyone's disdain for you. Why are you in the corner by yourself? Can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. Yo, Poggy! For reasons unknown, you lose your train of thought. I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think? What's wrong? Suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her. Murder hobo adjacent. I see. Are you enchanted by my beauty? Come on, say something. Since that night in RNX, you felt like something's been off between you two. Am I interrupting something? Ms. Tamora wanted to check in on you two before we went to meet with Lord Frega. Spot a woman silently following behind her. Is she the client that Ms. Tamora is representing? Pretty sure this is your first time meeting her. She still looks familiar for some reason. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Ms. Tamora's ward. You extend out your hand to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her. Do you hope you're not being too informal? So taking your hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Nevertheless, she finally shakes your hand. Interesting. Heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice. Not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frega. William Frega is the ruling lord of House Frega, so you're a little curious about what kind of deal he'd be involved in. But you've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. Anyways, we'll probably be gone for a while. So, she had business with this Beatrice before the murder even happened. Interesting. Can I trust you two not to cause trouble? You're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility. You might meet some familiar yet unfriendly faces. We'll keep a low profile, Miss Tamora. Please do. So why were you so insistent on accompanying Ms. Tamora to the Lord's Ball? That's... You know you can tell me anything, right? Guess everything that happened in Aranox made me think about things. I don't really know anything about my past or where I came from. I didn't want to think about it because of my dad and mom, but I wanted to find out who your biological parents are. I do, but I don't know now. Being here is starting to make me feel weird. I still have my mom, and looking for my birth parents feels wrong somehow. I don't think that's true. Really. Ms. Tamora adopted me when I was a child, and she gave me a purpose in life. But I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Ms. Tamora and my mother are both important to me. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand. You think so? Of course. And I'm also sure of another thing. I'm with you. I know any of the nobles here will want to speak with you. Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but don't worry. I can find something to fill the time. You're just going to play chess alone, aren't you? Maybe? You really need to learn to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something. I need more friends. I usually want to spend most of my time with you anyways. Anyways, I'm going to try to talk to some people. Yeah, I'll see you later. Celeste leaves to mingle with some of the other partygoers. Find yourself with very little to do, and you doubt anyone would want to engage in small talk from the likes of you. Your hand instinctively goes to your satchel, contains your foldable chessboard. Well, it's not as if I have anything better to do. Try to find an empty table to play on. Okay, dude. Table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats at the tables are filled. Doesn't look like you'll be able to play here. We're just gonna play in the hallway. This place looks pretty quiet. Aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor. What the dog doing? That is not a happy looking dog. While walking through the hallways, you suddenly find yourself face to face with a large wolf. Immediately upon seeing you, the wolf quickly gallops away. Don't leave a door open? About telling someone, but you remember that the manor is full of nobles. I'm sure a servant will spot it eventually, not as if anyone will believe you anyways. It'd probably be best to find somewhere else to play. You look further around the manor and find a room with several displays. Looks like a gallery of some sort, but slightly out of place. There are a few nobles in the room, and they're all silently appreciating the exhibits. Perhaps Lord Frege paid a museum to create some historical displays for the Lord's Ball. There's a face I haven't seen before. As you take a closer look at one of the exhibits, an old man approaches you. Got a monkey on his back? Hello, my name is Harold Haroldson. I'm the curator of this collection. Harold Haroldson? Is that a pseudonym or something? No. I see. Wait, he's a museum curator? He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wyvern Guard's history. I wonder, did you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons? Ah, like the scaled Lord Rathalion. There are many pieces in this gallery, and some of them were items that were wielded by the 7 heroes of Wyvern Guard. Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Rathalion himself. Enchanted by Rathalion? That mean that they also don't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps you should examine these items more closely. Okay. Crimson Red Short Sword. Sword of Spell Eating. Legends say that it has the power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic. So it's like an anti-magic field. In a way, yes, but it has less than heroic origins, I'm afraid. It's said that the sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. Demon? Legends say that some demons had the power to absorb and nullify magic. Demon must have imbued some of that power into the sword. Or at least that's what the legends say. Interesting. It's safe to put something like this on display. But if the legends are true, don't worry. These displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting into this. Pair of metallic armbands, there are several magical runes carved onto them. Those are the armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Frege many centuries ago. Centuries? That would make these armbands one of the first creations of artificery. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that House Frege created these to aid them in their study of magic. Interesting. Golden earrings, there are small jewels embedded in each of them. The earrings of vitality. It said that the Scaled Lord imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say that whoever wore them would have their lifespan increased tenfold. The Scaled Lord could do things like that? Of course, he is the Scaled Lord after all. Cool. Are there any spells that can create a similar effect to these earrings? Not that I know of. A spell like that would probably fall under the school of necromancy. I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that type of magic. It's a painting of some sort of scientist. That man is Dr. Luke Kupfer. He was an alchemist and inventor from one of the branch families. He's well known for his studies into imbuing intelligence in automatons. Intelligent automatons? Would that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Kupfer's research to create those constructs. So, in essence, Von Sanctus is taking credit for someone else's work. Damn, that's crazy. Painting of a researcher. That is, Professor Matt Furland. He was a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of combinatorial magic theory. What is that? The study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if two anti-magic fields overlapped each other. Pretty interesting. What were the results? Well, they had mages enter the space where the two fields overlapped. Turns out that those mages were able to use their magic in that space. How would that be possible? They would have had two anti-magic fields affecting them. When the two fields overlapped, they canceled each other out. Heard that it's akin to multiplying two negative numbers together. That's weird. Okay. So what is a historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Mr. Haroldson? Harold. Anyway, Lord Frigate invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. I must think it adds a semblance of culture, the fool. You own a museum? Yes, it's the Haroldson Hall of History, located in the city of Almhareth. It's a mouthful. Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. I love the monkey. Honestly, I think you're the only person in years who's taken a meaningful interest in them. Small monkey. Sorry, but I really have to ask. Is that a monkey riding on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Your familiar? Familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. Communicate with him telepathically, even cast my spells through him if I wanted to. Really? Never knew a spell like that existed. It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. Familial bond. Duration indefinitely. It's a divination spell. While this bond exists, the caster can telepathically communicate, choose to see through the target's eyes. Caster can also cast spells from their location. Neither the caster nor the target can form bonds with any other creature. This bond can only be broken in death. Okay. Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be after all. Harold. As a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge about the ancient dragons? The answer to that question is somewhat complicated. What do you mean? Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or even outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Because of that, it's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Right. I remember encountering a specific similar problem at the Imperial Academy. You must be quite dedicated to your studies. Like this simpleton in my Imperial Academy. Rude, but you suppose that can't be helped. I had to fight the church for a long time before I could even display dragon bones in my museum. In the history of the ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting powers to humans? Of course, it's the entire premise behind the 7 Heroes of Wyvern Guard. Does this idiot not even know about that? Come back, Obi. Is there anything before that? Did they ever grant supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic? Granting supernatural abilities, you say? That sounds more like something demonic in nature, rather than draconic. Demonic? Just popping in and out between games? I see. Are you winning? There are many stories of people selling their souls to them for untold power. Kinda. Complicated? Well, didn't you know that if you max W second, you have like a 5% chance more of winning games? Crazy. 60% in win rate on my Nasus jungle. Holy fuck freak. Dude, the MK Ultra words, dude. Holy. It is interesting that it has that much of a higher win rate. I would have thought that even with maxing W second, it would only be like 49. Selling their souls. You recall the note that your mother left for you before she was executed. Use my eyes. Yeah. Told you to use her eyes. Your mother make a deal with a demon to give you the Eye of Horus? Nothing wrong. This simpleton is far too superstitious. No, nothing's wrong. A bit too much to take in, but you might just be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in recent history. There are only second-hand stories and superstitions. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? Hope Celeste's investigation is going better than yours. How dare you insinuate that I engaged in an adulterous relationship? That's not what I... Enough. You try to speak with me again, I'll have the Kingsguard throw you out. Isn't working. I don't think that asking them like that will be very effective. What? Do you expect anyone here to be truthful to you? Oh shit, dude. You're essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses. You've been spying on me. Unintentionally, I was just surprised to see you here of all places. Right, guess that makes sense. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not. Came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly raises more questions than answers. I'll take your word for it. Anyways, you're looking for your birth parents, aren't you? Is I being that obvious? The only reason I could think of, why else would you be trying to speak with members of the nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business, but think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Getting entangled in the aristocracy will only bring you misery. Read your file, you have everything you could ever want. You have your mother and your friends, you even have a lover. What? You're in a relationship with Mr. Cuthbert, are you not? No, Tyrion's not my... Really? From the way you two behave around one another, I just assumed. Pretty obvious you have feelings for him. How obvious? Did he seriously not notice? I think someone with his deductive reasoning skills would easily see through you. But yeah? What about you and Aster? I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, I was there at Von Sanctus Manor. It's so obvious you like him. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. He may be my fiancé, but I only have the utmost respect for him. And what if I told you he was standing right behind you? You honestly think I'd fall for something like that? What are you falling for? Your Highness? Small child. Fuck. Oh, hello, Lady Sealwind. Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. Your conversation with Harold was definitely interesting, but you still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons, the origins of the Eye of Horus still remain a mystery. Find yourself returning to the ballroom, and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. Is she with Aster in Steelwind? Hey Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress? Suits you very well, Miss Steelwind. You look lovely. God fucking damn it, dude. Gross. As you approach the group, you're stomped by a knight from the Kingsguard. He stares you down. The knight stares you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you lately, so he shouldn't be able to see any traces of magic. Did you not see that earlier, Nikki, with her doing the key smash bullshit in the royal palace? Cause I had like a nice 15-second crash out over it. Cause I thought it was pretty funny. What was that all about? My apologies, they were making sure you weren't disguising yourself with an illusion. Is this the second one that was by the same one? No. Well, Nightbot's never been the one that's catching these. It was always, the auto mod. Problem is that they're not, there's new ones. Oh, it's also Stream Boo. I see. It's literally, I see. Cause I have FFZ, I can see the link details. They're using a link shortener to Stream Boo. The same site that it was before. It's literally just a link shortener. That's annoying. Dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. My apologies, they were making sure you weren't disguising yourself in an illusion. The Kingsguard are charged with keeping us safe. They must take every precaution to protect us. Oh, and who might you be? Do not speak so familiarly with me, peasant. Alaric, don't speak to him like that. Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I am Prince Alaric de Wyverngard the Sixth. I will not demote myself by showing courtesy to a commoner. Doesn't he mean demean? I'm terribly sorry about him, Mr. Cuthbert. It's fine. Anyways, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parents? Leave the poor woman alone. She started it. Right. I'm actually quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to the Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert? We were accompanying Ms. Tamora. Her client has business with Lord Frege. Client? Oh? You didn't like that. Beatrice! She is scared of her. Beatrice suddenly storms through the ballroom. She almost walks right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. Her discussion with Lord Frege go badly. That voice. Is that you, Aster? It really is you. She called him Aster instead of Your Highness. They personally know each other. I'm glad to see you again. It's been quite some time. Is that really all you have to say? Appears you two have much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave. She jealous. That's a bunch of emotions going on, huh? Bit of tension in the air. Celeste, we should probably get going too. Yeah. Wow, That was awkward. Yeah, I wonder how those two know each other. He's working with Ms. Tamura, but she somehow knows Lord Frege and the Crown Prince. But who is she? Well, you suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, how did your investigations go? Nothing. I think all I did was make a bunch of nobles mad. Sorry, I know you really wanted answers, but I'm sure nothing will come up. Who thinks so? Be a little irresponsible to give her hope like this. A noble abandoned her at a tavern in a rundown village. You doubt someone like that would make themselves easy to find. Anyways, I don't want this night to be a total loss. Come on, dance with me. She's happy, but scared. What? That's not really something I... Don't be like that. How often do we get to go to a party like this? Before you have a chance to object, she grabs your hand and starts dragging you in the middle of the room. You receive a few dirty looks from the aristocrats nearby. Celeste, people are staring at us. Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. He takes hold of your other hand and begins to pull you into a waltz. I don't even know how to dance. I've never done this before. It's easy. Just stop being so awkward about it. It's easy for her to say. Alright, just tell me what I need to do. Well, first... There we go, now here's the... This is the picture on the cover of the game. You need to be closer to me. With one swift motion, she pulls your body closer to hers. Watch my movements and try to follow my lead. You seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. You know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me? See, you really don't know much about her, do you? You carefully watch the position of her feet and try to match her movements. After a while, you find yourself able to match her rhythm. You still accidentally step on her foot every few beats. Doesn't seem fazed by it. Either she's being polite or she genuinely doesn't feel anything. You're getting it. Don't focus so much on where your feet are. Just look at me. What? Come on, do it. Try to break eye contact with her, but every time you do, you slowly find yourself being drawn back into her eyes. You feel so embarrassed that you're becoming lightheaded. You find yourself perspiring more than usual. At the same time, you don't have any urge to break away from her. There's a comforting warmth behind all the anxiety you're feeling. There he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble. Can't dance a step to save his life. Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it. You still detect feelings of nervousness from her. She's just as flustered as you are. Find yourself relaxing a bit more. You're somehow able to continue matching her movements. See, there you go. Although, what is it? You know the man is supposed to lead, right? Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes. Nice. Or maybe you just suck at this. It's been a while since you felt this calm. It's always been something that you needed to prepare for. Client that needed saving, a culprit that needed catching. But you're quite content with this one brief moment you're able to spend with her. You must find yourself getting lost in the mood. So you spot a familiar face, accompanied by a legion of knights. Oh boy. No, don't tell me. The knights storm their way toward where Beatrice and Aster are. Several of the attendees take notice. They all stop what they're doing to see what's going on. Beatrice Frege, by the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, you're under arrest. Did he just say Beatrice Frege? Damn it. Just getting good. She's like actually mad. We should go see what was happening, shouldn't we? Yeah, let's go. You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down. Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frege. I can't really do that, Your Highness. Aster, what's going on? It's Lord Frego. He was found murdered in his study. These cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow. Sorry, Your Highness, but my orders come straight from Steelwind. Lady Steelwind sent you? Beatrice takes in a deep breath and claps her hands together. I should go with him. What? No. My brother is right. You have no right to. I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's just being careful. Sure, I'll be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened. Okay. Only if that's what you truly want. What? You can't just let them take her away. Brother, she is correct. It is not our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom. But, however, yes, Your Highness, Ms. Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her. She's what? Did you just say she's blind? It's updated. Okay, it's not really updated, it's the same thing. Anyways, we're going to need to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her to guide her through. Please, you may be disabled, but I'm not a child. Beatrice walks past the knights and heads towards the foyer. It appears she already knows the way out. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right, Inquisition, move out. Definitely didn't expect the night to go like this. What is going on? Can't believe they kept us here until noon. The Lord's ball is already running well into the night, even before the murder occurred. You'd like nothing more than to catch up on your lost sleep. You made a promise to Aster. Doesn't make any sense. Just Beatrice was with me, my brother, the entire night. You were there when she met with him and Steelwind. She couldn't have stolen the sword of spell eating and have murdered her father. I don't understand. All the people that could have done this. Why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman? Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? I don't think I even need to. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure that she'll be the one defending her. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. What's wrong? I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Cuthbert? What? We just said that Miss Tamora will... I know. I don't doubt her abilities, but Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent. She said that she was a dear friend. Must know each other since she's a Frege. Why would Ms. Tamora, of all people, represent a member of a noble house? There's still a lot of things you don't know about her. Of course, I'll also compensate you for your services. Consider yourself blessed. Commoner like you could only dream of a job like this. Why is a 7-year-old on our shit, dude? Fuck this kid. God. Alaric. The tiny prince has a point, though. Payment from the crown prince does sound tempting. Can you believe this? Celeste returns to the ballroom. She's changed back to her normal clothes. What's wrong? People in the coat room said they couldn't find my sword. They told me that someone must have stolen it. What? Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Aside from your group, everyone else at the ball was an aristocrat. I do recall her saying that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Someone might have stolen it because of its rarity. Probably keep an eye out for it while we investigate the manor. It might all just be some kind of mistake. Hope so. Anyways, where should we start first? We should head to the crime scene. I remember hearing that they found Lord Frege's body in his study. Let's go over there. Okay. You arrive at the crime scene and see the usual swarm of Inquisition knights. However, you also spot some members of the Kingsguard. They must be working together since the victim is from one of the Pillar families. Wasn't expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. Ruby tomorrow is defending this case. Prosecutor Steelwind approaches you as you enter the study, and she's followed by an unexpected yet familiar face. Wallace, what are you doing here? He's here as my aide for the investigation. You don't doubt Wallace's abilities, but you can't think of any reason why Steelwind would need his help. You suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, we're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. He hired us to investigate this case independently. See. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you. This whole situation is quite unorthodox, but your goal remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind can tell you more about what happened. Can you tell me about the murder? William Fraga was found dead in his room after the lockdown was lifted. Lockdown? What lockdown? From what we can tell, his throat had been slashed open with a letter opener. The cause of death was blood loss. Both of his carotid arteries were severed. Here's the autopsy report if you want detailed description, which we saw already. Were you able to find the murder weapon? Yes, the murderer left it at the crime scene. Letter opener owned by the victim. Carotid. Not that difficult, except for the fact that it's just fucking tripping me. The murderer must have found it in this room and used it. There was one strange detail about the weapon. The handle was completely shattered. Not sure what to make of that detail, but it's as if something crushed the handle using tremendous force. Interesting. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? Mentioned that there was a lockdown. When did this happen? You didn't notice. The Inquisition did try to be discreet, but everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. Oh. Suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, weren't you? Damn. Who's jealous? Anyways, you said that Lord Fraga's body was found after the lockdown. That means that something else must have happened prior. Supposedly, someone had broken into one of Haroldson's exhibits. One of the magical artifacts was stolen. So there was also theft that night. Does the Manor's lockdown system behave like the one at the Imperial Academy? Systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the manor. Not all of the rooms were locked. What about this specific one? This room does have abjuration wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out. In addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor. Anti-magic field? What is that? Anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic within it. Okay, so they talked about we had this little chat with the other guy about it, but I'm curious if it's like if it overlaps with any other magical nullification effect, the two effects will cancel each other out. Huh. Huh. This one's gonna be confusing, I think. But okay. System somehow covered the entire manor in this effect. If you notice, there are several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. Each of those crystals produced an anti-magic field during the lockdown. Lockdown system has been added to your notes. Addition. Okay. Anyone physically or magically connected to the Sword of Spell Eating would be immune to the effects. Okay. So, no one could cast magic during the entirety of the lockdown. Exactly. someone could have used the stolen artifact to circumvent it. Mentioned that someone could have used the stolen artifact to get past the anti-magic fields. Which artifact was it? Sword of Spell Eating. It was a demon-forged item that could supposedly nullify magic. If the legends were true, someone could have used it to counteract the lockdown system. After Lord Haroldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it. It was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom. That led them to believe that she had stolen it. That's correct. Kingsguard moved to arrest her, but Prince Aster ordered them to step down. Didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended. But then they found Lord Frega's body. Correct. They believed that she used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break into Lord Frega's study. But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? Not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She may have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder. Or perhaps she had more confidence in wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear that the sword wasn't the murder weapon. Okay. Not just being implicated in Lord Frega's murder, she's also being charged with stealing. What possible reason would she have to do this? Since the body was found here, was Lord Frega locked in this room during the lockdown? Yes, William Frega knew that this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood, and had locked himself in this room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone in the room. The only person he spoke to after that was his daughter. His daughter? Are you talking about Miriam? No. Lord Frega had another daughter, referring to Laef Frega, Lord Frega's middle child. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in his study for the rest of the night. When did this happen? Shortly before the lockdown, a little after 1 AM. I see. Okay, so this was after the meeting with Beatrice. Okay. Lef must have been the last person to see him alive then. Should speak with her and get more details about Lord Frega's actions that night. Jesus fuck, what are you doing? By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the manor? Do. Would you like a copy? Please and thank you. Manor Floor 1 has been added to your notes. Manor Floor 2 has been added to your notes. Were there any other witnesses aside from Laef who saw Lord Frega that night? Perhaps someone heard what happened from a nearby room. There was someone who heard the altercation. It was quite obscured. The servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. There's an air vent that connects this room to that storage room. Interesting. He supposedly heard sounds of a struggle through that vent. With this witness here, were sounds of a struggle before he heard Lord Frega choking on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed Kingsguard what he had heard. That's when they discovered the body. See, who was this servant? I believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes. Oh shit, he's back. Mr. Hughes is here? Never expected to see him again, much less here of all places. Yeah, they kind of wanted to... Wait. Yeah, they were gonna fire him from the academy. That's weird. But if you heard the altercation, you'll definitely want to speak with him. I think I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. From the way you were both acting, you and Aster seemed to know her. Your mentor didn't tell you about her? No. I try not to pry into her business. See. Honestly, don't know much about what happened either. Beatrice was Lord Frega's eldest daughter and the former heir to the House Frega. Former heir? About 5 years ago, she fled Frega Manor and went into hiding. None of us knew where she'd gone. She ignored any attempts we made to contact her. She even used her magic to prevent us from scrying her. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Astrid and I had seen her. If that's true, how did Miss Tamora meet her? Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years? I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tamora and Beatrice have both refused to disclose anything about their meeting. Damn it. What could they have meeting have been about? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As the defendant's attorney, I would have thought that she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you. This is strange, but Ms. Tamora has always had her own way of doing things. Perhaps she's using a different strategy. Anyways, I imagine that she met with her father to request financial aid. How do you say that? I have it on good authority that she was deeply in debt. That's the only reason why she would speak with her father after all these years. Also, why I believe she murdered her father. You think she murdered him for his inheritance? The only motive that makes sense. Alright, there's a lot to work through here. The prosecution will try to assert that Beatrice committed the murder. But what would she have needed to do to carry out all the actions described? So the first thing we need to do is narrow down the time in which the murder occurred. When did the murder occur? Discovered after the lockdown was lifted. Frega saw her father alive before it was activated. Entered his study, and she watched as the lock engaged. During the lockdown. Great, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown. That means that the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room. Those wards blocked teleportation. They magically locked the only door leading into this room. Steelman and the Inquisition believe that Beatrice used the Sword of Spell Eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume that the murderer used some kind of magic nullification to get into William's study. That's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? They were in the room when he locked it. They would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment the guards entered his study. Maybe they used some kind of invisibility? Or they could have teleported away from the moment the King's Guard unlocked the door. Teleportation didn't occur. We didn't find any traces of conjuration. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant? I'll admit that we did find traces of illusion magic. But the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. That spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's a standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. We know for sure that they weren't here before or after the lockdown. This means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjurative wards that protect this room. Somehow entered the study despite being protected. Magically lock the only door leading to the room. Can also prevent teleportation in and out. Yeah. The next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did the murder weapon come from? It was a letter opener that was presumably owned by William Frega. Probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. Okay, I mean... Sure. Sure. Letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that would have implicated them, so he decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. It was a glaring hole in the prosecution's case. What would that be? Sure. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Even if she were somehow able to break into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guard and enter Lord Frege's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? But none of it makes sense. Meaning this murder, unseen, would have been a tall order for anyone. I hardly believe a blind person did all of this. You'd do well to not underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert. You don't know her as I do. She's far more capable than you realize. She must be the one behind this. Suppose I wouldn't know, but the idea that Beatrice did any of this is still ludicrous. Suppose I can't change your mind about that, but I have to ask you a question. What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty? What? I mean, I tend to have an insight into these sorts of things. It would never happen. I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, only hypothetically speaking. So what would you do if they were guilty? Suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer. And if no one else would represent them, I don't know. It'd definitely be a hard choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. Just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. See you. Why do you ask? No reason. Okay. Anyways, she's made her stance clear. You still have a lot of leads to follow up on. You should move somewhere else. What's wrong? Can't see it, but the entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything is glowing white. Right, that makes sense. For several anti-magic fields covering the manor, those fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere. Won't bother showing you the traces of abjuration I find while we're here.
Arcanum.
There's a trace of illusion magic where the body was. The assailant must have used some kind of magical disguise. Or they turned themselves invisible. Pool of blood in the chocolate outline where the body must have been. New area. Come on, Tracker, where are you? 2. You enter Beatrice's room, you unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust. This place has not been cleaned. Oh. Your vision clears up and you realize that there's someone else in the room with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Frege. See, I apologize, I didn't quite get your name. My name is Leif Frege. So this is Leif. According to Steelwind, she was the last person to see Lord Frege alive. I have some information about how he was acting that night. Sorry for the loss. Do you mind if I ask you some questions about last night? Of course. Boy, we need to make a profile for her. Steelwind told us that you were the last person to see him alive. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior? He was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him, and the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword. Probably busy making the changes to his will. Now that's an interesting thought. When did you speak with him last? It's before they activated the lockdown. A little after 1 a.m. Wonder if we can find the updated will. I wonder if... No, but she was mad. I was gonna say, I wonder if he was in the middle of adding her back to the will. Or something along those lines. The will was being changed again. And one of the two daughters that's still on the will could have killed him, because they didn't want it to be changed. Whether it means they were getting taken off, or they would have gotten less by her being added back on. So she told him about the theft after 1 a.m. Didn't care. Okay. And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study? What? No, I have no idea. You detect some fear from her. Lady Frego, is there something you're not telling us? Important that we know about your father's actions before his death. Sorry, I don't know anything else. Father was a private man and didn't share much with anyone, even his something. Wish I could be of more help, but I really don't know much anything else. I used to believe that's why he was killed. She's clearly holding something back. You can reveal what she's hiding through an argument, she may be more willing to cooperate. Yeah. Meantime, you should figure out what else she knows. I noticed that the room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why? Because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. And why would you do that? Beatrice is very dear to me. I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her after she left. I suppose that makes sense. She must have been holding onto the hope that her sister would return. About the sword? Do you know how it ended up in this room? I'm not sure. Possible someone planted it here. Can't say why they would choose this room, though. What kind of person was your father? That's a mix of emotions. Doesn't look like William Frege was very beloved. Father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father. See, did he have any enemies? As the head of House Frege, he controlled nearly every banking house in Wyverngard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power. I remember anyone specific. Perhaps someone that he'd slighted recently. There was Lloyd von Sanctus, the ruling lord of Aranax. Yes, I heard that he was recently involved in a court case. My father has been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of von Sanctus Industries. Oh. And from what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that. Von Sanctus's reputation must have taken a hit after the Drakenton trials. You doubt he'd get himself involved in another murder. You can never be too sure. You'll want to speak with him to get more details. Although, would he even consider cooperating with you? Are there any other enemies he might have had? No, none that I can think of. Can you tell me about Beatrice Frege? I heard that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 15, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. It was never enough for him. What do you mean? Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son. He only ever had daughters. Oh. Everyone thought that Beatrice would inherit House Frege from my father. Our family knew the truth. William Frege would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman. Interesting. No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her, constantly belittled her achievements, and dismissed anything she said to him. Okay, but all he has is daughters, so like, what's his game? After the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had. It was an accident that gave her a disability. Okay. Something happened that made her blind. It's not too painful for you. Could you tell us more about Beatrice's accident? Is this even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn anything I can. I'm not sure about what exactly happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened. There was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind. Can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. That didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. Told me that he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. She was reduced to a mere decoration for our home. That's kind of fucked up. And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time she was missing? No. No one had heard from her during that time. But as much as I worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from my father. I had no idea what would cause her to return here. Okay, interesting. Even after being blinded, Beatrice continued to fight for her freedom. Despite everything that's happened to her, she's always remained determined to live her life on her own terms. Remember, when she first came back to the estate after her accident, my father was convinced that she'd be completely helpless without her sight. She refused to let her blindness define her. She learned how to navigate the estate using her own other senses, and continued to study magic. Interesting. It's ironic, really. My father tried to use her disability as a way to control her, but in the end, it was the very thing that allowed her to break free. Nothing, despite the fact that she's the one that reported it. Sure, Beatrice's return must have been surprising for you. It is. To be honest, I've been hoping for years that she'd finally return. Now that she has, she's gotten pulled into another one of our family's messes. There we go. Alright. Wait. Wait a minute. There's no argument. Where was the thing? Just, if you can reveal through an argument, should make information. Okay. Okay, well, we filled out her profile, but I guess we're not ready to argue with her for some reason. Anyway, I want to look at something. Oh, shit. That can't be right. I was gonna say, allegedly, I should be able to beat this game tonight, but there's a whole nother chapter left. So, I kinda doubt it. Okay. But, I think if I stop here, because my voice is kinda fucked right now, I'm hungry, and I just kinda... I don't know. I just kinda wanna stop tonight, right now. because I think I'm just gonna stumble over my words even more, and I'm like, I'm focusing on this, but I think I'm kind of like, I'm just like, I have like no energy left, honestly. How do I, there. Yeah, I've just been doing a lot of reading in the last few days, and I kind of want to take a break. So, we'll be back tomorrow with finishing Song of Nunu, and I'm just gonna stream. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys next time.